nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und
No one's giving me a cue. I'm just gonna start. I'll start in 2 minutes. I haven't heard. He's disappeared, so I don't want to wait too long. Yeah, I'm just gonna start.
Yes. Maybe.
Let's go. Okay.
Καλημέρα κυρίες και κύριοι και καλώς ήλθατε στο Διεθνές Summit για την επιβολή του νόμου σχετικά με τη διανοητική ιδιοκτησία. Καλώς ήλθατε λοιπόν κυρίες και κύριοι. Τις επόμενες 2 μέρες θα συντονίσω τις συζητήσεις. Το όνομά μου είναι Dave Keating. Πρόκειται για τη μεγαλύτερη συνάντηση που γίνεται στην Ευρώπη και συνδιοργανώνεται από το Γραφείο Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας της ΕΕ μαζί με τον ΟΒΗ, μαζί με την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή. Και η σημερινή εκδήλωση είναι πάρα πολύ επίκαιρη, δεδομένου ότι είναι η πρώτη συνάντηση που έχουμε στο πλαίσιο της νέας εντολής των ευρωπαϊκών θεσμών και στο πλαίσιο επίσης του στρατηγικού σχεδίου του Γραφείου Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Ταυτόχρονα λαμβάνει χώρα μετά την έγκριση της εργαλειοθήκης Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης κατά της παραποίησης, οπότε θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία να αποτιμήσουμε την έως τώρα αποτελεσματικότητά της. Έχουμε εξέχουσες προσωπικότητες οι οποίες θα μας μιλήσουν στο πλαίσιο αυτού του συνεδρίου. Θα μιλήσουμε για την επιβολή του νόμου σχετικά με την ιδιωτική ιδιοκτησία, αλλά και θα μιλήσουμε επίσης για πειρατεία και για πνευματική ιδιοκτησία, για τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα. Έχουμε 410 συμμετέχοντες από 40 χώρες περίπου εδώ, αλλά και διαδικτυακά. Βεβαίως, ανάμεσα στο κοινό μας υπάρχουν εκπρόσωποι πολυεθνικών εταιριών, μικρομεσαίων εταιριών, αλλά και εκπρόσωποι της κοινωνίας των πολιτών και βεβαίως εκπρόσωποι των ευρωπαϊκών και άλλων θεσμών. Όπως ξέρετε βεβαίως, η προστασία της ιδιωτικότητας είναι απόλυτη προτεραιότητα, οπότε θα ήθελα παρακαλώ να δείτε λιγάκι αυτό που θα εμφανιστεί αμέσως τώρα στην οθόνη σας.
As announced in the privacy statement previously provided to attendees during registration.
And on that note, there will be video recordings of the plenary session.
Οι ολομέλειες που θα λάβουν χώρα σε αυτήν την αίθουσα θα βιντεοσκοπηθούν και θα ανέβουν στο website του οργανισμού. Θα έχετε την ευκαιρία να πάρετε το λόγο, να εκφράσετε την άποψή σας χρησιμοποιώντας το hashtag IP Enforcement. Βλέπετε εδώ τα στοιχεία σχετικά με την σύνδεσή σας με το διαδίκτυο. Είναι επίσης εκτυπωμένα στην τσάντα που σας παραδόθηκε στην είσοδο. Τώρα, για να μειώσουμε την χρήση του χαρτιού, δεν εκτυπώσαμε την ημερήσια διάταξη, αλλά μπορείτε να χρησιμοποιήσετε το badge για να σαρώσετε τον κωδικό QR, για να έχετε πρόσβαση στην ατζέντα, αλλά να θέσετε επίσης ερωτήσεις στους ομιλητές και βεβαίως στην τσάντα σας θα βρείτε επίσης σε ποιο breakout room θα έχετε παρουσία. Θα χρησιμοποιήσουμε την πλατφόρμα Slido για να μπορέσουμε να θέσουμε κάποιες ερωτήσεις. Θα κάνουμε και κάποιες έρευνες και μπορείτε να απαντήσετε σε αυτές, είτε είστε διαδικτυακά συνδεδεμένοι είτε βρίσκεστε εδώ στην αίθουσα. Παρακαλώ σαρώστε τον κωδικό QR που βλέπετε στην οθόνη και έτσι θα πάτε στην ιστοσελίδα που θα σας επιτρέψει να κατεβάσετε την εφαρμογή Slido. Μπορείτε κατά τη διάρκεια του πάνελ επίσης να θέσετε τα ερωτήματά σας στο Slido. Αργότερα σήμερα θα έχουμε breakout sessions, δηλαδή θα χωριστούμε σε ομάδες. Θα σας υποδείξω ποια ομάδα θα μείνει εδώ στην αίθουσα της Ολομέλειας και ποια θα πάει πάνω στην αίθουσα MC3. Στο πίσω μέρος του μπάτ σας μπορείτε να βρείτε περισσότερες πληροφορίες. Βεβαίως μπορείτε να πιείτε το καφέ σας κατά τη διάρκεια των διαλυμάτων. Βεβαίως βλέπετε ότι έχουν επισημανθεί με πράσινο όλες οι έξοδοι κινδύνου σε περίπτωση έκτακτης ανάγκης και αν χρειαστείτε οτιδήποτε είμαστε εδώ στην απόλυτη διάθεσή σας. Θέλω να ευχηθώ καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριό μας. Ελπίζουμε ότι θα έχουμε επικοδομητικές συζητήσεις. Ευχόμαστε να είναι διαδραστικές οι συνεδρίες μας και ενδιαφέρουσες για όλους. Άλλη μια φορά λοιπόν, καλώς ήλθατε στο έκτο summit για το IP Enforcement και θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω δίνοντας τον λόγο στον κύριο Σεδαρίδη, ο οποίος είναι αναπληρωτής Υπουργός Ανάπτυξης της Ελλάδος, που βεβαίως είναι η χώρα φιλοξενίας και το Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης είναι επίσης υπεύθυνο ακριβώς για όλα τα ζητήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με τα δικαιώματα διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας. Ο κύριος Σεδαρίδης θα μιλήσει στα ελληνικά, οπότε παρακαλώ πάρτε τα ακουστικά σας.
Καλημέρα σε όλες και όλους σας. Καλώς ήρθατε στην Ελλάδα, στην Αθήνα, που είναι όλες τις εποχές του χρόνου το ίδιο όμορφη. Κύριε Γενική Διευθυντή του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας, κύριε Εκτελεστική Διευθυντή του Ευρωπαϊκού Γραφείου Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας, κύριε Εκπρόσωπε του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου, κυρίες και κύριοι αξιότιμοι σύνεδροι, αποτελεί μεγάλη τιμή για μένα να σας καλωσορίσω στην Αθήνα, στο Διεθνές Συνέδριο για την Επιβολή των Δικαιωμάτων Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας 2025, μεταφέροντας τις πιο θερμές ευχές του Υπουργού Ανάπτυξης του κυρίου Τάκη Θεοδωρικάκου, που δυστυχώς δεν θα έχει τη δυνατότητα να βρεθεί κοντά σας λόγω εκτάκτων υποχρεώσεων. Θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ τους διοργανωτές για την πρωτοβουλία τους να φέρουν κοντά τόσους ειδικούς και ενδιαφερόμενους φορείς από όλο τον κόσμο. Η παρουσία σας εδώ υπογραμμίζει τη συλλογική δέσμευση κρατών, θεσμών, φορέων επιβολής του νόμου αλλά και του ιδιωτικού τομέα στην προστασία 3 από τους πλέον ζωντανούς πυλώνες της σύγχρονης οικονομίας και κοινωνίας. Τη δημιουργία, την καινοτομία αλλά και τη δίκαιη αγορά που θωρακίζονται και ενισχύονται μέσω της επιβολής της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας. Και δεν υπάρχει πιο κατάλληλο μέρος από την Αθήνα, τη γενέτειρα των ιδεών αλλά και της δημοκρατίας, για να συζητήσουμε αυτό το τόσο κρίσιμο αλλά και ζωτικό ζήτημα. Γιατί στην καρδιά κάθε καινοτομίας, κάθε δημιουργίας αλλά και κάθε νέας ιδέας βρίσκεται η ανθρώπινη εφευρετικότητα, και αυτή η εφευρετικότητα για να ανθίσει χρειάζεται ένα ισχυρό πλαίσιο προστασίας. Τα δικαιώματα διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας δεν είναι απλώς νομικές έννοιες. Είναι η κινητήρια δύναμη πίσω από την ανάπτυξη, την ανταγωνιστικότητα αλλά και την πρόοδο. Προστατεύοντας τις πατέντες, τα εμπορικά σήματα, τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα και τα βιομηχανικά σχέδια, διασφαλίζουμε ότι οι δημιουργοί αλλά και οι καινοτόμοι θα έχουν το κίνητρο να συνεχίσουν το πολύ σημαντικό έργο τους, γνωρίζοντας ότι οι προσπάθειές τους και θα αναγνωριστούν και θα ανταμοιφθούν. Ως Υφυπουργός Ανάπτυξης αισθάνομαι υπερήφανος για τα βήματα που έχει κάνει η χώρα μου, η Ελλάδα, αλλά και το Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης, υπό την πολιτική ηγεσία του Υπουργού του κ. Τάκη Θεοδωρικάκου, προς την ενίσχυση της προστασίας της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας. Κατανοώντας ότι η πειρατεία, η παραποίηση αλλά και η παράνομη χρήση διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας δεν ζημιώνουν μόνο οικονομικά τους δικαιούχους, αλλά επιπροσθέτως υπονομεύουν την εμπιστοσύνη στο σύστημα, αποθαρρύνουν την καινοτομία και θέτουν σε κίνδυνο πολλές θέσεις εργασίας. Η απάντησή μας είναι συγκεκριμένη και αποφασιστική. Η ΔΙΜΕΑ, Διυπηρεσιακή Μονάδα Ελέγχου της Αγοράς, έχει καθιερωθεί ως ο βασικός πυλώνας ελέγχου της αγοράς. Συντονίζει την αστυνομία, τα τελωνεία, την οικονομική αστυνομία και το λιμενικό. Σε σύντομο χρονικό διάστημα έχει πραγματοποιήσει χιλιάδες ελέγχους αλλά και κατασχέσεις παραποιημένων προϊόντων. Τα ελληνικά τελωνεία σε Πειραιά και Θεσσαλονίκη, αλλά και στα αεροδρόμια, αξιοποιούν πλέον τα εργαλεία του EUIPO, όπως το IP Enforcement Portal, για να εντοπίσουν αλλά και να αναστείλουν εισαγωγές ύποπτων εμπορευμάτων σε πραγματικό χρόνο. Στον τομέα της νομοθεσίας, με τον νόμο 4961 του 2022, επεκτείναμε την προστασία πνευματικών δικαιωμάτων σε νέες τεχνολογίες, όπως η τρισδιάστατη εκτύπωση και τα CAD αρχεία. Όμως, η επιβολή του νόμου δεν αρκεί από μόνη της. Πρέπει να είμαστε ειλικρινείς. Ο πιο αδύναμος κρίκος είναι σήμερα ο καταναλωτής. Αν συνεχίσουμε να παραβλέπουμε το ρόλο της κοινωνίας στην αγορά παραποιημένων προϊόντων, τότε δίνουμε μάχη με δεμένα χέρια. Ασφαλώς δεν μπορούμε να βάλουμε έναν αστυνομικό πίσω από κάθε καταναλωτή. Αντιθέτως, η επόμενη μάχη είναι αφενός η ενημέρωση αλλά και η ευαισθητοποίηση του κοινού και των επιχειρήσεων σχετικά με την αξία της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας και τις συνέπειες των παραβάσεων, αφετέρου η επένδυση στην τεχνολογία αλλά και στα εργαλεία που μπορούν να συμβάλλουν στην αποτελεσματικότερη καταπολέμηση της παρανομίας. Γι' αυτό το λόγο συνεργαζόμαστε με influencers και εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα για να μιλήσουμε στη νέα γενιά, υλοποιούμε μέσω του Οργανισμού Βιομηχανικής Ιδιοκτησίας καμπάνιες ενημέρωσης και στοχευμένα σεμινάρια, υποστηρίζουμε εργαλεία όπως το IP Youth Scoreboard της EUIPO για να εντοπίσουμε τις τάσεις και συμπεριφορές που οδηγούν σε παραβιάσεις. Επαναλαμβάνω, το μήνυμα που πρέπει να περάσουμε είναι ότι η διανοητική ιδιοκτησία δεν είναι απλώς ένα νομικό θέμα. Είναι κοινωνικό αλλά και οικονομικό ζήτημα. Η επιτυχία μας εξαρτάται από τη στενή συνεργασία μεταξύ δημόσιων και ιδιωτικών φορέων, εθνικών κυβερνήσεων και θεσμών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, δικαιούχων και τεχνολογικών πλατφορμών και πάνω απ' όλα πολιτείας και πολιτών. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η Ελλάδα συμμετέχει ενεργά σε όλες τις ευρωπαϊκές και διεθνείς πρωτοβουλίες. Επενδύουμε στην εκπαίδευση, στην τεχνολογία, στην ανταλλαγή πληροφοριών, αλλά και στην πρόληψη. Η προστασία της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας δεν αφορά μόνο διπλώματα ευρυσιτεχνίας ή εμπορικά σήματα, αφορά την ίδια την εμπιστοσύνη. Εμπιστοσύνη στην αγορά, εμπιστοσύνη στους θεσμούς, εμπιστοσύνη στη δημιουργικότητα και στην καινοτομία. Η Ελλάδα είναι έτοιμη να ενισχύσει ακόμα περισσότερο το ρόλο της και μαζί με εσάς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τη διαφορά. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά και σας εύχομαι μια παραγωγική συζήτηση με γόνιμα συμπεράσματα. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Minister Savdoritis. I think it's a very important point that you made.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Σεϊταρίδη. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Πράγματι, δεν είναι απλά νομικό το ζήτημα. Έχει να κάνει πραγματικά με τον βιοπορισμό ανθρώπων, έτσι, διότι
And they reflect the trust that people have that when they invent something, they are going to be able to reap the rewards of their hard work. So, for our next welcome address, I would like to welcome to the podium João Negrão, who is the Executive Director of the EUIPO, which of course is another co-organizer of the summit. It's the EU agency responsible for IP, and it recently adopted its Strategic Plan 2030, which I mentioned before. And IP enforcement is, of course, one of the key priorities of that strategy. It's also the home of the European Observatory on infringements of intellectual property rights. Mr. Negrão, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dave, and Kalimera.
ευχαριστώ σε όλους, ευχαριστώ. Κύριε Υπουργέ Ανάπτυξης, ευχαριστώ.
In Athens, in Greece, a great pleasure to return to Athens and to have the possibility also to have these discussions with so many colleagues, friends and stakeholders in this area. This is clear a testament of the commitment of Greece to IP matters, to innovation, but also to the enforcement of IP rights. Honourable Chair of the Committee on Legal Affairs of the European Parliament, Mr. Kuchar, thank you so much for joining us on these events. I think this is very, very important, the fact that you are joining us today. It shows the support that the European Parliament, that represents the people of the European Union, also attaches to this matter, to innovation, to competitiveness, and for us, it's a great pleasure to have you also here with us. Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, Mr. Tank, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to cooperate and to work with you. You are a reference for all of us. EUIPO is a reference also in the area of IP enforcement. We want and we are willing to continue to work together with you in this area as well as we do in other areas. And Director General of DG Growth, Ms. Kerstin Jorna, thank you very much for having also accepted to cooperate with us in the organization of these events and joining us in these events, and of course to all the dear colleagues, heads of IP offices and colleagues from IP offices that are joining us, distinguished guests, partner, user associations, participants in this event. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the EUIPO to the 6th International IP Enforcement Summit. But I would also like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our co-hosts, the Hellenic Industrial Property Organization, OBI with Mr. Kandelopoulos. Thank you very much, Panayotis, for having us, and also for the excellent work that you have done in putting together these great events. The Interagency Market Control Unit, EMEA, again, thank you so much for also joining us in this event, and the European Commission for their warm hospitality, but also for their close cooperation. As you have mentioned, Dave, with more than 400 participants joining us here in person, but many, many more joining us also today online. Today is the biggest of these type of conferences that we have organized so far, and it reflects clearly the importance of ensuring an effective enforcement of intellectual property rights. It is also deeply symbolic to hold this summit in a city like Athens, a city that is rich in terms of legacy of wisdom, law, and dialogue. As a historic crossroads of trade and ideas, Athens offers not only a fitting setting, but also a meaningful inspiration for the global cooperation that we seek to strengthen today. Under the theme Stronger Enforcement in the Digital Age, we gather at a critical moment for the EU, for its competitiveness, for innovation, and of course intellectual property rights play a very important and critical role, as you have mentioned, Deputy Minister, in this regard. We all know that innovation is key in order for the EU to bridge the gap in terms of competitiveness. And intellectual property rights are key to protect the results of investments of our business in innovation. They are not an end in itself, but they are necessary. They are a tool to leverage the position of business, of companies, of the European economy. And this is a time also to reinforce the value of IP rights. By enforcing effectively IP rights, we reinforce the value of IP rights. We allow business to use these IP rights to attract financing, to attract investors, to develop partnerships. So this is a critical and integral part of the innovation process, the enforcement of rights that are granted by IP authorities. We also know that we live in a time where IP has never been more vital. Its value never greater, and its threats against it also never more complex. We need to keep always that in mind. IP crime has evolved rapidly. Once confined to physical counterfeits in local markets, it now flourishes in vast digital ecosystems. Organized criminal networks exploit e-commerce platforms, generate infringing content, using artificial intelligence, and operate across decentralized and often opaque infrastructures. They move fast, adapting to new technologies, shifting business models, and changing consumer behavior. Transactions are today instant. Supply chains are fragmented. Online platforms offer reach, scale, but also anonymity. AI brings both opportunities and disruption. While it can drive innovation, it also raises urgent questions around authorship, control, and enforcement. The reality is clear. The digitalization of the economy has transformed not only how infringement occurs, but also what it takes to fight it. And the stakes in this context are clearly high. Intellectual property rights are a core driver of innovation and global competitiveness. But their value depends on the ability that we have to enforce them. Without enforcement, IP becomes an empty promise, failing creators, eroding consumer trust, and exposing markets to unchecked criminal activity. The cost is significant. Billions of euros in lost revenue, hundreds of thousands of jobs at risk across the European Union, and growing links to broader criminal networks. This is not just an economic challenge. It is a matter of public health, of consumer safety, but also of societal integrity. So how do we keep pace with threats that evolve by the hour? The answer begins with innovation. We cannot fight tomorrow's threats with yesterday's tools. To stay ahead of agile, well-resourced criminal networks, enforcement must become smarter, faster, but also better connected. That's why the EUIPO and our Strategic Plan 2030, as mentioned by Dave, emphasizes the development of technology, infrastructure, and intelligence needed to modernize enforcement across the EU. This transformation is already underway. We are investing in digital-first, data-driven enforcement and strengthening support for right owners and authorities across the EU. Our intellectual property enforcement portal, IPEP, platform is a cornerstone of this approach. It enables secure, real-time information exchange among right holders, enforcement agencies, and intermediaries, including e-commerce marketplaces. But now we go further. Following a successful pilot, I'm happy to announce that we are launching today the IPEP mobile app. This is a new tool that delivers critical data directly to officers on the ground, enhancing the frontline capacity of authorities to tackle infringers. In the next months, we will be launching a new tool that we call Authentic View, a blockchain-based authentication tool to secure supply chains, strengthen trust, and expedite customs proceedings for legitimate goods. We are also tackling the challenge of generative AI. Our study, the development of Gen AI from a copyright perspective, that we had the chance to present in the jury committee of the European Parliament, contributes to the EU and to global policy debate, highlighting the needs for transparency, for fair licensing, and rights reservation. AI can drive growth, but only if creators retain control and are fairly compensated for their works. But innovation alone is also not enough. IP crimes knows no borders. Our response must be just as global. This is why cooperation is the foundation of enforcement in the digital age. No single institution can succeed in isolation. We need cross-border, cross-sector collaboration, and we need it in real time. One of the clearest examples of effective cooperation is MPAC, the European multidisciplinary platform against criminal threats. As the EU's principal framework for tackling organized crime, MPAC has proven instrumental in aligning enforcement strategies, enabling joint operations, and fostering intelligence sharing across member states. The inclusion of IP crime among its priorities has delivered concrete results, very, very positive results. According to latest data from our joint detection report that was carried out with the European Commission, more than 152 million counterfeit items were seized within the EU in 2023 alone, a clear testament to the power of coordinated enforcement. That means that when we act together, we deliver results. And I wish to thank the colleagues from the European Commission for the excellent cooperation established with the EUIPO in this area in the last years. This summit comes also at a pivotal moment, as the priorities for the next cycle of MPAC 2026-2029 are being decided exactly as we speak. I am confident that tomorrow, around this time, we will receive good news in this regard, and that IP will remain a priority in the next MPAC cycle, shaping and helping to shape effective coordinated action across the EU. We will see tomorrow. I want in this regard to thank all member states, partners and stakeholders who supported and advocated together with the EUIPO in this regard. But it's also clear that we cannot stop at the EU border. That is why the EUIPO is strengthening its international engagement through IP alliances. These are flexible partnerships with like-minded IP offices, but also organizations. These alliances will share best practices, strengthen cooperation, and align strategic responses globally. This summit reflects that spirit with international partners, such as WIPO, and national authorities from countries such as Ukraine, Brazil, Kenya, India, South Korea, China, and many others joining us here today. We certainly have our work cut out, but in this rapidly evolving landscape, we must also keep sight of the opportunities ahead. New technologies, when combined with strong cooperation, they offer both powerful tools in the fight against IP crime. As Albert Hubert wisely observed, the world is moving so fast, but so fast these days, that the man who says it can't be done is generally interrupted by someone doing it. Events like this one are, in my view, an excellent occasion for us to share ideas, to share perspectives, to identify best practices in this area. But I'm also confident that this summit will do more than only inspire dialogue. I hope it will lead to tangible outcomes, strengthening our collective ability to protect creativity, support innovation, and respond to the growing challenges in IP enforcement. The EUIPO and all of us, we stand ready to support, to coordinate, and to lead in this area, so that Europe and its global partners are equipped to meet the challenges of tomorrow. I want to wish you all a very interesting and productive meeting. I wish us to have meaningful discussions during this day, and I look very much forward for engaging with all of you. Thank you very much again, and welcome.
Thanks very much, Mr. Negrão. And as he mentioned, we may have some exciting council news tomorrow. If we do, you'll hear it here first. I'll break it to you as soon as it's coming. So I'd like to welcome next, for our next welcome address, Darren Tang, who is Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. Because this is an international summit, we're having an international focus, and that's why the contribution of Mr. Teng is particularly valuable here. WIPO is the United Nations agency in charge of IP with 193 member states. It's dedicated, it has a number of dedicated work streams, but those include work streams devoted to building respect for IP. Mr. Teng, the floor is yours.
Deputy Minister of Development, Mr. Lazaros Savdarides, my dear colleagues and friends and hosts of today's event, ED of the EUIPO, Mr. João Negrão, DG of DG GROW of the European Commission, Ms. Kirsten Yona, dear Chair of the Jury Committee of the European Parliament, Mr. Ilhan Kyukchuk, and of course our host here in Athens, DG Panagiotis Kandelopoulos of the Hellenic Industrial Property Organization, dear fellow heads of IP offices, dear friends, dear colleagues, Kalimera. And since we're here in Athens, I hope you don't mind if I start off a little bit philosophical and to say that Athens reminds us that innovation and creativity have always been part of the human story. The ancient Greeks, amongst history's most influential thinkers and inventors, pioneered breakthroughs in engineering, medicine, math, science, philosophy, literature, and art. And their stories, their legends, their myths and ideas, and their thoughts laid the foundation for our modern world today. But the Greeks did not just innovate. They asked why and how innovation happened. Aristotle, for example, explored the logic of change, arguing that what's new often builds on what came before. Thinkers during the Renaissance period returned to these ideas, reviving and reimagining Greek insights to spark their own revolution in art, science, and philosophy. And one of the changes that emerged during this period that revolutionized the world of innovation was in 1474, when the Republic of Venice created the world's first formal patent system, recognizing that incentivizing new ideas served the public good. This turning point brought innovators into direct contact with society, with the economy, with the agora, the polis, and the forum. And what started in Venice soon spread to other parts of Europe and eventually led to the Paris and Bern Conventions of the 1880s, the foundations of the modern IP system. What started in Greece, spread to Europe, has now become truly global, with IP filings showing strong growth in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Almost 23 million IP applications were filed around the world last year, about 40 every minute. And growth is also increasingly driven by digital innovation. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, cybersecurity, IoT, and all of these already make up 1 in 3 patent applications. And this number will only grow. Alongside this, content, culture, entertainment is also becoming overwhelmingly digital, with music streaming being the fastest growing entertainment market, music market, and video games becoming a $500 billion industry. But all of this growth in IP innovation and creativity comes at a price and has its shadow. As ideas grow in value, it inevitably attracts those who seek to free ride. And with globalization and digitalization, new avenues to copy, counterfeit, and pirate have mushroomed. The global impact is tremendous. And as João has mentioned, IP crime alone in the EU costs over 80 billion euros a year and 600,000 jobs. For small and medium enterprises, the impact is often devastating. Research by European authorities show that European small and medium enterprises affected by IP theft are a third more likely to fail. And I'm sure these figures are the same throughout the world. Counterfeits also put human health and well-being at risk. In sub-Saharan Africa, fake medicines are estimated to cause nearly 500,000 deaths each year. So this is why IP enforcement is not just about economics and trade, but also about lives and health. The good news is that the world is fighting back and Europe is fighting back for sure. Strategic initiatives like the recommendation to combat counterfeiting are sharpening action. Thanks to Impact and its multi-agency approach, and João mentioned this just in his speech, arrests for IP crimes are up. And according to the latest data, over 150 million, Joao, you mentioned 192 million items, counterfeit items, are seized each year before they enter EU markets. And as others have noted, this summit presents a valuable opportunity to build on this momentum and for all of us in the global IP community, and of course for me at EUIPO, to work with the EU and all of you to broaden this into a global movement. So let me suggest 3 guiding principles for the way ahead. First, inspired by the Greek tradition of questioning assumptions and seeking new knowledge, we must be innovative in how we think about IP enforcement in the digital age. Let us harness the power of innovation to create technological solutions using AI to better detect patterns of infringement and enable faster, more targeted interventions. Smart technologies can also be vital in helping consumers and officials distinguish real from fake. EUIPO provides spaces for the world to pursue such thinking, including through our Advisory Committee on Enforcement. We are also innovating our own work and investing in digital solutions. One example that's been around for some time is EUIPO Alert, our global platform for identifying copyright infringing websites. Thanks to support from partners, including from Greece, it now tracks over 25,000 sites that pose a threat to rights holders and consumers. Building on this, we are piloting 2 new initiatives. EUIPO Alert Pay will bring our work into close contact with payment providers and financial institutions to target funding for pirate sites. EUIPO Chris is the other initiative. It's a new module to our iPass system that powers the software for many IP officers to create a customs recordation system that will be tailored to the needs of individual member states and designed to significantly improve IP enforcement at borders. We warmly invite all of you to join us in shaping these tools together. And I should mention that my director of the Building Respect for IP division, Mr. Todd Reeves, is here, and he'll be joining all of you at this conference for the next few days. Second, as Joao has mentioned, criminals don't respect borders and exploit the fact that we do as government officials and as regulators. So collective action has become critical in an era where IP theft is driven by transnational organized crime. Last week, I commemorated World Anti-Counterfeiting Day in Kenya, meeting with local professionals, regulators, authorities, and businesses. I myself heard from the business owners and creators that they are faced with the same issues as those that will be highlighted at this summit. Europe has decades of experience in working collectively to tackle IP crime, but regional best practices and responses should now be scaled to become global. One of the things that EUIPO brings to the table is our ability to convene the world to discuss important IP issues. And we're grateful that Europe has been a very active participant in our past few conversations on IP and AI, as well as at our annual IP Judges Forum. So I'm pleased to announce that a new global dialogue on IP protection in e-commerce will commence later this year. And next year, we plan to initiate a new EUIPO Forum for IP prosecutors. This will be the first time that we have an international platform dedicated to connecting and empowering IP prosecutors from around the world to give them a platform to share best practices, network, and collaborate. These initiatives complement our more traditional work in the areas of legislative assistance, training, and capacity building. Last year, we reached nearly 1,500 law enforcement officials, prosecutors, and judges in all parts of the world, a number that we are looking to build and grow, and we welcome European partners to join us in this work. And third, and most importantly, we need to change mindsets about IP enforcement and more generally about IP. The first is that we need to break the stereotype that IP theft is about bored teenagers doing file swaps in the basement because they are brilliant hackers with nowhere to place their energies. This is not true anymore. In fact, IP crime, IP theft, IP piracy is increasingly driven by transnational organized crime, exploiting IP in ways that kill people to fund other types of criminal activity. Secondly, many of our ordinary citizens are still painfully unaware of the consequences of IP crime, and also that IP-intensive industries are critical to European growth and competitiveness. It supports 47% of EU GDP and 30% of jobs. Over 8 million Europeans work in the creative industries. IP crime undermines all of these jobs, all of this economic activity, and all of this European competitiveness. What is interesting and perhaps a call for action is that last year, EUIPO surveyed 25,000 people in 50 countries, laypersons, and we asked them, what's your view on IP? And it was interesting and perhaps worrisome that IP is viewed more positively in Asia and Africa than in Western and Eastern Europe. So I think we need to work harder to connect what we do here in the IP community with those out there on the ground, to demonstrate to them that, as the Deputy Minister has said, IP is not just a legal right for IP experts and specialists in big companies, but IP is about jobs. It is about economic empowerment. It's about supporting entrepreneurs. And that when you undermine IP rights, when you pirate IP rights, you're undermining that high school friend that's not an entrepreneur. You're undermining your parents who are working on a farm and need IP to create a special product around their agricultural products. You're undermining your kids who are now beginning to enter the job market and want to be a starter entrepreneur. We need to connect what we do with those on the ground, and we need to work together to tell the stories of how IP is not just about law, but it's about people, about livelihoods, and about the future of the European economy and about the global economy. So let's work together on that, and let's make sure that we collaborate so that we can change mindsets around IP and then change mindsets around IP enforcement. In closing, innovation and creativity will continue to fuel growth, create jobs, spark opportunity, and save and improve lives, as long as we safeguard and evaluate not just amongst ourselves in the global IP community, but in the general population. And that is why working together with all of you to build a vibrant IP ecosystem, to bring the message of IP to the world, and of course to deal with IP enforcement is not just an economic imperative, but a social and moral duty. Let us ensure that the spirit of human ingenuity that we rightly celebrate in this great city and civilization continues to thrive in the digital age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang, for giving us that international perspective. And as you mentioned, so much of what we do and what we're talking about here is relying on enforcement. And so that's why it's really important that we have the participation of DMEA here with us today, because without enforcement, there would be no way actually to enforce some of the provisions that you were just talking about. So next up, for our next welcoming address, I'd like to welcome to the podium the Bulgarian MEP Ilhan Kyuchuk, who has been an MEP, member of the European Parliament since 2014, currently chairs the Committee on Legal Affairs, which is the committee in the European Parliament that deals with IP matters. MEP Kyuchuk, the floor is yours.
Dear Deputy Minister, dear Mr. Negrão, dear João, dear Mr. Tang, dear Ms. Yorna, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera, and thank you for a warm welcome to the organizers of this high-level event on IP enforcement. The Committee on Legal Affairs is the committee where IP is taken care of the European Parliament, and the EUIPO, which the agency under its remit has always been the natural partner for our institution. And I would like to thank you once again, João, for your strong commitment. The EURI Committee attaches the utmost importance to intellectual property in all its areas, dimensions, and challenges ahead. IP plays a central role in the EU's competitiveness, innovation, and cultural diversity. It's currently facing many challenges in a digital age, emphasized by constantly evolving global context. Enforcement of IP rights in the digital age is one of the main concerns in the IP field, and the Committee on Legal Affairs fully supports the work of the EUIPO in carrying out in this area in all its efforts. In this regard, with instance, the development of IP enforcement portal or support the SMEs. The committee very much welcomes this IP enforcement summit, which will allow an in-depth and fruitful discussion among institutions, authorities, companies, consumers, and many other stakeholders. This IP enforcement summit is of timely relevance for the European Parliament as it takes place at the onset of the new parliamentary term, which makes it even more important. The Juri Committee has been continuously active in the IP field. Recently, in April, the fight against counterfeiting merited an exchange of views with the Commission on the recommendation on measures to combat counterfeiting and enhance the enforcement of IP rights, and on the recommendation on combating online privacy of sports and other live events. It was followed by a delegation meeting of the committee to the port of Antwerp, Bruges, the second largest port in Europe, to understand better the fight against counterfeiting on the ground. At this occasion, members had an exchange with the competent authorities about the achievements in the field of combating counterfeiting, namely as regards best practices and about the specific challenges they are currently facing and how their activity in the field of combating counterfeiting could be facilitated further. Besides, the Committee on Legal Affairs has also started to work on the topic of copyright and generative AI, with the view of drafting an all-initiative report on the topic. The committee also invited EUIPO to present its recent study on the development of generative artificial intelligence from a copyright perspective. On top of that, the committee hosted a workshop on copyright on generative artificial intelligence, where the legal aspects as well as technological and economic dimensions of the complex relationship between copyright and artificial intelligence have been addressed. As you see, the European Parliament is very much involved on those IP topics that the IP Enforcement Summit proposed to address, and I'm looking forward to carefully listening to all of the speakers today and tomorrow. I'm confident that we all share the same willingness to protect IP and to engage during those 2 days in fruitful and constructive dialogue on ways to improve enforcement of intellectual property rights. I'm confident that the expertise of all the panelists will contribute to nourish our common reflection and to feed into our current and future work towards a better enforcement on IP rights while not hampering innovation and business interests. Thank you very much once again for your invitation. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thanks very much. So now we'll move from the European Parliament to the other EU institution, the European Commission. Our next welcoming address will be from Kerstin Jorna, who is the Director General of the DG GROW department at the European Commission. The European Commission is another co-organizer of this event, and DG GROW is specifically the department within the Commission that deals with IP issues. And last year, they adopted key legislative and non-legislative acts in the field of IP enforcement, for example, the EU Toolbox Against Counterfeiting, which I'm sure Kerstin can tell us more about now. So Kerstin Jorna, I welcome you to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Minister, dear Darren, you left, dear João, ladies and gentlemen, in 2014, we had the first edition of this summit, and I still remember. The main question was, why should we all come together? Now look at you. 10 years later, it's obvious we have to work together and we have to cooperate on enforcing IP rights. This morning, the FT titled, Extensive Licensing Requirements Raise Concerns about Intellectual Property Theft. It's about rare earths, never mind. But the title says that IP and enforcement and protection of IP is about competitiveness. And this is really the angle I want to present in addition to the other welcome addresses. And I want to look at this competitiveness and IP enforcement from three different angles. One is growth, one is investment, and one is digitization. And why is Athens a particularly good place to look at that angle, competitiveness and IP enforcement? It's because when the gods were fighting who might be the patron of Athens, Athena offered an olive tree, Poseidon offered a spring of salt water. Athenians chose the olive tree. They did choose competitiveness, I would argue. Now, my three angles. The first, IP rhymes with growth. 30 years ago, when the single market started, intangible assets in our economy represented 10%. Today, that number is half of our GDP, actually. 90%, in fact, of intangibles. And when we look at IP-intensive industries, they make up half of our GDP. They contribute 4 out of 10 posts. 80 million jobs linked to IP-intensive industries. Compare that to the number of inhabitants of Greece, 10 million. You see what a power IP-driven economic business models are. And as the minister said, it's also about livelihoods. But with the success comes the envy. And with envy comes the drive to just copy, to just take, to skim off the success. Our textile industry, which is one of the beacons of creative and industries in Europe, they're losing something that like 12 billion because of IP theft every year. And that corresponds, if we look at the imports, it's 4.7 imports actually, which are a billion, which are counterfeit. And then you see how difficult it is for this industry. IP and IP enforcement protect investment. And this really goes back to the innovation theme. If you don't have the money, the reward for your innovation to reap that reward, you cannot invest it in new innovation. And the emblematic industry where this is very true and very crucial is the pharma industry, was already mentioned as well. Because you research for a decade, you pour in a minimum of 2 billion more money, and only 1 out of 10 of these efforts actually has success. So you see how crucial it is to protect the IP-based reward system for this research. If I look at the supplementary protection scheme, it's really about building a European scheme that can protect that reward at scale. And that's why it's so important, Mr. Küçük, to really make this succeed also in the legislative process and to offer that additional protection to our industries and make that protection also respected. We're also introduced, with your help, and that was a great success, geographical indications for industrial products, which is another way of protecting an intangible know-how and way of doing things in top quality. And it took years, decades. I was also there when we had our first ever Green Book, daring to present this idea about the protection of geographical indications for industrial products, and it took almost 15 years to get it done. So you see that, that increasing the intangible protection at the scale of the single market, that's the business model, and that's what drives competitiveness of our companies, and that's what allows them to grow and thrive. I come to my second angle on the competitiveness and in IP enforcement. It's investment. We see that if you have strong IP, you also have a strong market performance. IP-rich startups, so they have already the collateral of an IP, are 10 times more likely to get investors and to secure investors to come in, because the investors trust on the collateral. But they only trust on the collateral if that collateral is worthwhile. Having a right is nice, not being able to protect it means it's nothing. So the IP protection is actually key to that collateral. And what we can project as Europe, a single market, on the protection and on an efficient protection and a cost-effective protection of that IP right, this is what will make investors come in. It's a call to us all, also you in the IP community, to make companies understand the value of IP. Not only showing that we are protecting it in a good way, but also the value of the IP. Because this is still something where we think we need to develop if we want to develop our competitiveness. Our economy in the single market is composed 98% of SMEs, but only 9% of SMEs actually have IP assets. So this is something we have to promote. Then there is also an issue of valuation. Banks, and I know that for a matter because this is in my previous life I was a board member in a bank and in a fund actually. Financiers, they don't know about IP and they don't value it in a good way. In the venture sphere, increasingly people understand the value of patents, but if you move on, it's less important. And again, it's this cooperation with the financial world that we have to develop the value of IP. And of course, the action that you are doing every day in enforcing IP serves to reassure also the investors. There's also what SMEs fear, the litigation risks, and the fact that they don't have big pockets to actually litigate back. That's why it's so important, also the cooperation between judges and to create this understanding about specified IP litigation and knowledge. And then, I already mentioned that's the banking practices, who at this moment don't totally have IP on their radar and who think this is too far removed from the finance. So this is what also in the policy we want to do, to bring much closer together the financial valuation and the IP understanding to create a more competitive Europe. Without ideas, it's very clear, without finance, ideas will not scale. We will use our forthcoming investment tools, and in particular the Competitiveness Fund on which we are working for the moment, to push that valuation kind of network to help more SMEs to go and get IP, and to also organize the seamless IP protection at scale. And my third aspect is about IP rhymes with digital. In the digital world, IP challenges multiply. It was already mentioned, the platform economy. We're getting, in Europe, 5 billion parcels every year. And a lot what's inside these little parcels does not really comply, either with IP rules or with any other rules for that matter. Toys is a very problematic issue in that sense. So we have the Digital Services Act, we have the recommendation on piracy, recommendation on counterfeiting. We're trying to pull it all together to be effective, but we need to do more. we've proposed a customs authority. It's currently in the discussion with the member states, a single customs authority that would be able to organize this conformity checks as the first line of defense. And then we will also make proposals next year around market surveillance and to make sure that the market surveillance and the customs, market surveillance being the second line of defense, being able to talk together and to act together. We're currently running on the platform issues a joint cooperation for the first time ever. The issue is that customs authorities in uniform and boots, one same ministry above the finance, and the market surveillance authority, you know, close to 1,000 authorities in Europe from different ministries. So it's very difficult to organize that conversations, but that's where we want to go, and that's for product conformity, but also for IP conformity. The other challenge is that and that's a positive challenge, already mentioned, that in the brave new online world, we need patents and new technologies to also secure that new brave world. 17,000 patents applications at the EPO for AI, cyber, 5G, for these different technologies, and Darren also mentioned it. There's the whole world of video games, also Darren mentioned. It's not to go into completely Ready Player #1 world, but we see that it's not only the gaming part, it's also the training part. A lot of training is taking place actually online in virtual worlds increasingly. We have industry testing products and developing standards for products with a digital twin. All that requires IP and enforcement of IP around these methods, because if they can't be trusted, then they don't fulfill the purpose. And increasingly, and you will see that in our single market strategy, we're also looking at digital administration, a digital back office to the single market, which again will have to rely on hardware, software, and on solutions that can be secured. And then, of course, there's the question, is AI the kiss of death to intellectual property? Candid question. I don't think anyone has the answer to this. At this stage, in any event, AI replicates. But where there's nothing to replicate, there is no AI solution. So if you want to replicate, this is where actually the originality comes in, where the ideas come in, where actually what our creators create and develop is the basis. I think we need to continue to organize protection for originality at the source, for investments into that creation and AI. In conclusion, competitiveness is about intellectual property rights and their enforcement, and it's also very much about why Europe, why the single market is a place to invest, for companies to choose Europe. Your work on enforcement is, in fact, a credibility test to that assumption. And I do want to give credits to you. 152 million fake items detained in the EU alone. That's a tremendous achievement. And I think with the cooperation between the two, we will be able, between the customs and the market surveillance authority, we will be able to be even better. Improvement, impact was already mentioned, the multi-agency effort on serious and organized crime. And then I also want to make a point about transatlantic consensus, because there's a lot of debate between Europe and the US, but I think on IP, we're on the same page. And that we should absolutely leverage. And of course, we need not only to have our commitments on paper, but we need to actually do it. So whatever is your role, in doing your job well, you actually are contributing to EU competitiveness and to a Europe that companies will choose to invest in. And doing it together, this is what makes us really strong. And this is what, in 2014, was the basic assumption of having the first summit, and I see it very strong coming through all the different welcome speeches. Doing it together is the European way. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kerstin Jorna, for that very alliterative welcoming. I think it's very good for us to be thinking in the big picture there, and also how the sin or the impulse of envy can drive IP crime. I found that quite interesting. So we've heard the political and institutional perspectives. Next, we're going to explore the industry's perspective by hearing from a distinguished voice from industry, offering insights from the world of physical goods production. So I'd like to welcome to the podium John Conway, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Intellectual Property at Sanofi. Sanofi is an R&D-driven, AI-powered global biopharmaceutical company committed to improving people's lives with a strong focus on innovation. It also relies on a robust intellectual property strategy to support its R&D efforts. John Conway, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. It's a pleasure being here to provide the viewpoints of the pharmaceutical innovative sector. I'm very thankful to the host for inviting me, and very thankful to the previous speakers for all the supportive comments about intellectual property. One of the things about IP that I would like to say is that it drives innovation by causing people to innovate around the patents. Merely copying does not drive innovation. So there's a great deal of benefits that patents provide other than the protection of the investments. So the theme of my talk is IP enforcement as a core ingredient for Europe's competitiveness, which has already been touched on by numerous other speakers. In 2021, President Ursula von der Leyen hailed Europe as the pharmacy of the world. By any measure, this is true. Europe is the largest exporter of medicines globally, manufacturing about 64% of the world's on-patent products. Europe continues to have an incredible pharmaceutical sector. The industry is Europe's highest value-added sector, employing upwards of 2 million people in research, development, and particularly manufacturing. And as DG Jorna just mentioned, the vast amount of investment, over $2 billion in a program, speaks to the high risk of entering into the pharmaceutical area, where 94% of projects that are started never reach the market. However, the sector faces serious headwinds and setbacks. Despite escaping the announcement of tariffs on exports to the US, the sector is bracing for shocks and upheaval in the years ahead. In response to the geopolitical turmoil, the ambition of the EU should be twofold: to regain EU competitiveness and reinvigorate its healthcare systems. Strong legal systems and intellectual property enforcement are absolute prerequisites for this. They're the foundation upon which the EU and national governments can rebuild European research base for the benefit of patients and health systems worldwide. With regards to IP, two particular issues require attention in the EU. Firstly, the threats to public health from pharmaceutical crimes are growing rapidly, both in scale and complexity. The estimated global value of falsified medicines exceeds $4.4 billion, and 90% of online pharmacies operate illegally. Pharmaceutical crime, whether through falsified medicines or illicit trafficking, endangers lives and erodes trust in healthcare systems. This is not just a criminal issue, it is a global public health emergency. The rise of e-commerce and social media has created new channels for counterfeiters. Professionalized criminal networks exploit opaque websites and global online market platforms. The COVID-19 pandemic further accelerated online sales, exposing vulnerabilities in supply chains and increasing demand for unregulated products. We are now facing a perfect storm of global interconnectivity, economic instability, and technological innovation leveraged by traffickers. The EU has a central role to play, leading by example and practice. The Megaron Convention, adopted by the Council of Europe, is a landmark treaty that criminalizes the falsification of medical products. The EU Falsified Medicines Directive mandates safety features and traceability across the supply chain. But these tools are not enough. For instance, only 23 countries have ratified Megaron. In addition, many magistrates lack training in pharmaceutical law. And online platforms are still not held accountable for hosting the offers of illegal drugs. Nevertheless, I would say that Europe is one of the global leaders against IP crime and should make every effort to influence countries to adopt similar measures. Unfortunately, we see a clear trend and intentionality within new EU legislation, such as the general pharmaceutical legislation, of diluting intellectual property and of measures that will make IP enforcement more costly and slow across member states. There are many reasons for the new legislation, but ultimately, Europe's pharmaceutical sector faces an existential threat from a perfect storm of excessive regulations, dilution of IP rights and enforceability, and financial burdens that undermine competitiveness precisely when global rivals are aggressively courting these industries. Diluting IP and enforceability is a huge mistake and is akin to scoring a goal upon itself by Europe. We hope that national governments that have an interest in keeping innovation in Europe will stop the reduction in periods of regulatory data protection for pharmaceutical innovation and also stop the so-called BOLAR exemption, which will encourage generics companies to enter the market before patent expiry. Europe has an incredible pharmaceutical sector that is a major asset to the continent. However, like many sectors in Europe, it is under threat. Strong IP enforcement is one area in which Europe has a competitive edge globally. Protecting this and not diluting it can be one of the strongest ways to safeguard key innovative sectors and indeed ensure that Europe weathers the trade and geopolitical storm. Strong enforceable IP is the surest way to drive creativity and innovation and ensure Europe remains the pharmacy of the world, where the breakthrough medicines for tomorrow will be discovered, developed, and made. Thank you again for inviting me to give the perspective of our sector. I look forward to the conversations throughout the day.
Thanks very much, John Conway, for that introductory remark. So now we're going to move on to our first panel, which is on AI and emerging technologies for enhanced IP enforcement. So this panel will explore how AI, cutting-edge technologies, and monitoring tools can enhance IP rights enforcement. We're going to focus on how the current legislative frameworks, as well as voluntary commitments, can ensure these solutions are used responsibly and transparently, balancing enforcement, innovation, and business interests. So I'd like to introduce you now to our panelists who can come take a seat here on the stage next to your name tags. We have here with us Gael Gruby, who is Acting Director for Tariff and Trade Affairs at the World Customs Organization, Jose Ignacio Carrillo de Albornoz, Global Content Protection Manager at La Liga, Cristina Berra, Director of Global Relations and Brand Protection at CoreSearch, and Felix Aveillán, Coordinator of IP Crime and Digital Piracy at the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining me here on the stage. Before we get started, I want to put a question to you in the audience. We're going to kick in Slido for our first Slido poll question of the day. So let's see if we can get that QR code up on the screen. Yes, so if you scan that QR code up on the top left, that'll take you into Slido. That's what we'll be using for the rest of the day. So the first question that I'd like to ask you all is, looking ahead, what new technologies beyond AI could further revolutionize IP infringements and enforcement in the next 5 to 10 years? So go ahead and put your answers in. I'm going to check back in to see what you said after the panel, and we'll see which answers, it's a word cloud type situation, so we'll see which answers came up the most when you were answering. Okay, so let's move on to the panel. Jose Ignacio, I'm going to start with a question for you from La Liga. How do you see emerging technologies and AI as a tool to create new opportunities for protecting content? We heard before some people think that AI might provide risks. What are some of the possible opportunities?
Yeah, thank you. So from La Liga perspective, we truly see AI as an ally, as a partner. Right now, there are many processes where AI is directly involved in La Liga. So, for example, we have a technology that basically creates video posts during our matches, and they are being paused automatically. But where we see that it's really a partner for us, it's on the content protection measures. Because, you know, La Liga, we have created our own anti-piracy and counter-protection technology. And AI actually has supercharged the different powers that our technology and provides. So basically, our technology is able to recognize the content, and basically it also proves that the content that we are detecting is actually La Liga's content. So the way we are actually doing this is basically by analyzing different elements of an illegal broadcast. We analyze the scoreboard, we analyze the logos, we analyze the ball, we analyze the t-shirts from the players, we analyze the advertisers, we analyze the bumpers that appeals on the broadcast. And that actually allow us to confirm that one particular video that we detect on the internet is actually an illegal broadcast of La Liga. And this has also been proved to be very, very effective as since we implemented that AI in our technology, we never had any false positive, meaning that we never reported and we never saw any particular video that it was actually from another competition or from another property. And of course, it's actually helping us to fight piracy at a very scalable way. All the entire process, all the entire analysis process is done in a matter of seconds, and that's very, very important, taking in consideration the huge amount of infringement that we detect on every weekend. And of course, we are also right now, we are implementing an agent, an AI agent. Basically, it's a chatbot that actually help us to, let's say, deep dive in all the data that we gather and that we create and we produce, and also help us to lead let's say, the content protection strategy. So, for example, we are able to ask this chatbot, which is the most pirated team on social media, but only on the second part of a match, okay? So we are able to get those answers in a matter of seconds or in a matter of minutes, and also it has been proven to be very, very effective too.
Well, Christina, so at CoreSearch, you've also been doing some of these checks. So can you share some specific examples of how your organization is using AI-driven detection systems on monitoring tools to identify IP infringement?
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. And as you mentioned, so at CoreSearch, we support brands in their brand protection efforts. So we do have a native AI technology that helps us in the detection and the enforcement of IP infringements online. Here we have an example of our technology. So this is a listing which is can be found online, and this is what our AI sees. So we do automated platform monitoring using AI. Our technologies continuously scans marketplaces, social media, e-commerce sites online to detect fraudulent listings, and with the help of AI, we do it in a, reducing to the minimum any manual intervention. So it's highly scalable and efficient. We use AI for advanced pattern recognition. So if we see any specific trends, so if the AI see any specific trends, could be anomalies or patterns in online listings, it automatically pops up in our detection systems, so that we can more efficiently detect violations, and also we can more efficiently act in a more proactive way. We do use native AI for image and text analysis, and just to get to this example. So if we can say, if the picture in the background was a copyrighted image, for example, of one of a specific brand that we monitor, then our AI would flag this as a potential copyright infringement. And the same as, for example, on the purse. So on the object, on the item, the AI helps scanning the product features. It can be colors, it can be the shapes, and definitely the logo as well. And it can tell us if this specific product could be a replica of an original product, or if the logo could have been manipulated in any way. And then our AI also supports us and supports brands in predictive analysis. So we can forecast potential threats and then maximize and focus our efforts on where it matters the most for brands. So just to give again an example, if our technology, with the help of our technology, if we see a trend of specific infringements operating in a specific geographical area, then the technology can just flag this to us, saying maybe you have to shift focus on that area because we see a high volume, or we see high target sellers in a specific country or continent. So just to give, these were a few examples, but yeah, we do work more and more with AI to shift into a more proactive approach, and this is definitely, as was mentioned by Mr. Negrão and also Mr. Tang, to adapt to emerging threats. We see infringers that they use more and more AI to commit crimes, IP crimes, at a very large scale, and we really need to keep up with these and adapt as well, and develop new technologies for this purpose. So this is what we are doing, and this is the support that we are giving to brands.
So, Gail, we've heard two examples there of brands and search tools using AI to identify potential fraud. So even though there's all this concern that, as you mentioned, Christina, that AI can be used to generate fakes, it can also be used to detect fakes, right? So from this perspective of the World Customs Organization, what added value would you say AI has in providing or improving risk profiling when detecting goods that infringe on intellectual property rights? What's that added value that it can bring?
Thank you. That's an excellent question, and that's the question I'm facing coming into this role of Director standards and policy in July. But I think with AI, it poses such fundamental threats to IP that it's actually quite ironic, but also absolutely necessary that we use it to be part of the solution. And there's been a lot of talk about the role of customs from our opening speakers. And customs is the front line. We're the first line of defence. We do actually, in the WCO, the World Customs Organisation, keep a lot of data on seizures for IPR so that our members have a better idea of changing methods and what's coming through. And if I look at the latest report we're doing for 2024, which covers only about two-thirds of our, just over half, of our members, we had 30,842 IPR-related cases reported to our database of methods. We had 97,806 seizures, and we had the confiscation of about 48,797 items of counterfeit goods. For medical goods, we had 8,188 cases, 10,312 seizures, and 148,567,046 items. And as I said, that's from just over half. And these reported cases we have are not the full picture, so we are looking at a massive problem for customs and for trade, for entrepreneurs, for creatives. The problem is massive. Now, if we look at where these are coming in, 72.1% of IPR seizures and 64.7% of medical seizures are coming through e-commerce. And this is where we see the most promising value for AI. Because as has already been spoken about in the opening, e-commerce is a tsunami. We are talking of millions upon millions of parcels moving around the world each day. And these are very small parcels often. And the traditional methods of customs processing and risk detection, when you're facing this level of parcels, is simply no longer sufficient. So we're facing this very real challenge. We see that AI has the potential to increase our ability to better manage the flow of these goods and to do the risk detection. They can process large volumes of transactions far more efficiently and effectively. But our biggest risk is quality of data. Now, we had a wonderful picture up here, which is fantastic, and this is what you can do when you can actually see the goods. What we're mostly facing is brown paper parcels. And when you have these millions of parcels coming in, you don't have the sheer number of people on the ground to open and inspect all parcels. So this is where we're doing our most focus, is looking at how we can improve the data we have coming in, how we can utilise that in AI systems. And there's a lot of questions going on within the customs community, including looking at how we can use open source data, internet data, as well as the structured data we have from declarations. We're also looking very closely at the importance of advanced parcel information. So there is a lot of work being done. But I think one of our opening speakers said in this time that the person saying, yes, this can be done, is often interrupted by the person doing it. So this is a changing area. We have about a dozen of our members who are implementing AI solutions already for processing and risk profiling, or both. And we have a lot more who are investigating. But these are major systems. They require major resources. You are looking at millions of dollars worth of investments for an AI that can deal with the scale of transactions, with the complexities, and with the data privacy and security that customs requires because of its privileged position. So this is an area where there is a lot of things coming through, but it's not an area where we have the answers as yet. We have applications in use, we have applications in trial, and once we see how these go in, we will be able to roll these out. But as I said, our biggest problem is quality of data and the cost to set this up, particularly when you're looking at our developing member countries. So I wish I could give you a magic bullet and say, yes, we can now use AI to screen all our parcels and we can give you great results. I can't do that. What I can say is we're working with AI to try and make better results. But the other thing we will need to do, of course, is work with the wider IP community and governments to make sure that we can source the data we need to be your front line of defence.
It sounds like there's definitely a lot of tools there, but there's also a lot of uncertainty about what's going to be the tool that works and what's going to be the tool that's just noise at the moment. So on that note, Felix, coming from Interpol's perspective and the law enforcement perspective on this, how is law enforcement evolving with these new AI tools and technologies, such as, let's say, dark web forensics or even cryptocurrency tracking? And I know there's this Stop Online Piracy, ISOP project. What is that, and what are some of the other examples that you could list of success stories or challenges when law enforcement's trying to use IP for tracking?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here. So law enforcement evolving in AI, it's slow, as you can guess, and I think everybody here knows, just because of how law enforcement works, and it's behind laws and procedures and bureaucracy even sometimes. So it's slow. It's not as fast as we would like. It's not as fast as industry would like, I guess, as well. But we're seeing good things. We're seeing good things, and mostly in the collaboration area. So you mentioned Stop Online Piracy, the ISO project, which is Interpol Stop Online Piracy, is a project that is funded by the Korean government, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, which started in 2021 and has recently been extended until 2029. Under this project, so Interpol provides support to its 196 member countries on cases, specific cases related to digital piracy. And under this project, we also have an advisory group, which is it's built of private and public bodies or agencies or institutions, which we meet a couple times a year just to talk about trends and threats and what the industry sees, what law enforcement sees, and how can we build on that to investigate a little bit better for the member countries, and how can we support member countries better, and in which regions that's happening. So some of the challenges we see as well are Gail mentioned, also Christina and Jose Ignacio. It's many times the lack of resources, sometimes human resources, sometimes financial resources, sometimes just time. Gail mentioned, how can they inspect all these packages coming through when it's just, everything's brown, I guess. That's your favorite color at customs, I guess. That's all you see every day. So AI, I think, needs to be increasingly adapted by law enforcement. However, that's going to take time. And that's where collaboration with private partners, with institutions, with international organizations, I think that's where we can make that happen a little bit faster, because some of them can use better tools now and not law enforcement sometimes. So I think that collaboration, that interaction between private and public sector is very important. They can give leads, they can help out law enforcement to lead them a little bit the right way for their investigations, and then they can take over the investigation and then go from there. You also mentioned cryptocurrency, so we've seen a lot of cases, especially in the piracy side, that are now turning into cryptocurrency as a payment method, the criminal organizations. So AI has been helping law enforcement also through these partnerships with private sector. You have mentioned also, and you explained it very well with the picture, because sometimes when you investigate cryptocurrency, you see a lot of noise around that information that you receive, and AI tools help to identify the important bits and how to make that in a readable format, let's say, for an investigator or law enforcement agency. And also scraping the web is also a magnificent tool, because I mean, if you get behind a computer, you can only do such so many amount of searches and views. However, if you do AI, it takes seconds to scrape whatever you would do in just a day or a week. So yeah, I think it's going the right way. It's just not moving as fast as we wish. But yeah, with all these new ideas that we have heard even from the walking-in remarks, we look forward to a faster future for law enforcement using these type of tools.
Well, you've all mentioned how AI tools are working in conjunction with other technologies. So I'm curious to go back to our Slido poll and see what you all in the audience think are the most important new technologies beyond AI. So we can see there blockchain, number 1, also governance framework, number 2, quantum computing coming in, number 3. We see a whole big array of technologies there, which I think shows just how much is involved there. Thanks for putting those in. You can also put in your questions there. You'll see on the website, you can put in Q&A, put in those questions. I can put them to the panelists shortly. I'll get them here on my tablet. But Gail, so with that in mind, with all of these technologies that we're looking at here, how is the WCO helping its members prepare to adapt to these new evolutions, and particularly to AI technology? Some of your members are probably here in the audience. How can the WCO help when there's such a confusing array of technologies out there?
Well, now you're speaking to our core mandate. For those who don't know us, the WCO, the World Customs Organization, was set up basically to do 2 things. One was to manage the harmonized system through which goods are classified globally. But the other was to provide support and guidance for customs administration. So we are the voice for customs. And in that, of course, we work with a lot of organisations, and I'm sure we're going to be looking forward to some interesting conversations on IPR at the Interpol Partners Conference in July, and with many other organisations. But for technology, this is an area where we do a lot of work. And part of this is to do some basic research for our members, and the other is to ensure that our members know what each other is doing so we can learn from each other as we go. So in 2022, these are some key examples, there's just a few. We published a joint paper with the World Trade Organization on the role of advanced technologies in cross-border trade, a customs perspective. And that was looking at identifying advanced technologies for trade facilitation, and of course to support the customs objectives in relation to safety, security and fair revenue collection. And that followed on from a previous study we'd done on disruptive technologies with the WTO. In 2023, we started the Smart Customs project, and one of its outcomes is the detailed report on the adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning in customs, and I believe we have that in both a members only and a public version. And of course, with the need for a centralised platform for the ongoing exchange of best practices between customs administrations, we've started the WCO Smart Customs Community Portal, and that's been created to offer a dynamic and collaborative space tailored specifically to the need of customs professionals. And it has continuous interaction, peer-to-peer learning, and the sharing of innovative solutions. So our role is to basically bring our members together and ensure that they have everything they need to help develop tools in this area. Now, I just wanted to touch on one thing that isn't on my notes here, and that's in bringing these technologies together. So, for example, one of the things that was up there was X-ray technology, and one of the areas we've been working on a great deal is AI-assisted X-ray and non-intrusive inspection technologies. Again, these are the sort of things that can help us, not only with IPR, but with the wide range of security risks and restrictions and regulations that customs administers at the border. So for the WCO, our focus is to make sure that we not only do the background research, but that we provide a portal for members to share what's happening. And this is how we look to improve the use of technology within customs.
Jose Ignacio, obviously this is an area that is evolving very quickly. When you're looking at, what could be used as AI in terms of matches, both to copyright, both to fraudulently show them and to catch that fraudulent or copyrighted content, what are the latest trends that you're seeing for the use of AI, both for fighting IP infringement and for the use of AI by the infringers? And what safeguards do you have in place that ensure decisions that are taken on the basis of AI are balanced and not subject to some of these AI biases that we hear about?
Yeah, sure. So right now we don't see AI as a potential threat in terms of content protection. However, we have detected a couple of examples where there were people posting videos on while at the same time our matches, and they were mimicking the real gameplay. Of course, we contact the online intermediary, and the video was removed immediately. But we see that the potential it's there. I mean, for the future, this is a trend that may keep on happening. And right now, we are also analyzing other potential examples as the NBA. We saw that the NBA, they were using Disney characters during the live broadcasting of their games, and we know that maybe cyber criminals could use this technique also to, let's say, disrupt our content. We have seen also, for example, in the last Australian Open, that the players were also replaced by emojis, and we also saw a potential threat over there, and they were using them in real time. Okay. But of course, we at La Liga, we are implementing some, let's say, measures in order to avoid that. The first one, of course, it will be we are implementing contractual terms, so our content cannot be used to train any AI model. And of course, more than ever, we are forcing our broadcasters to implement the fingerprinting technology. For those that are not aware, fingerprinting technology is a technology that has been used in content protection measures for a long time, and it basically sets a code into the broadcast, and basically it's displayed during the broadcast of the matches. This code is also very helpful for content protection technology, as it helps us detect the source of the illegal stream. Okay, but now it's very, very important because it also helps us to confuse AI trainings. So this fingerprinting technology help us to actually trick any artificial intelligence training. So, for example, one particular content, the overall impression that the AI gets is totally different from the real image. So that particular technological measure is very, very important right now for La Liga, and this is what we are currently pushing with all our broadcasters.
Felix, we talked a little bit about the AI risks and the risk of AI bias that people talk about. What are some of the ethical risks for law enforcement, or maybe the unintended consequences of using AI for global IP enforcement, and how can those risks be mitigated?
Well, I think that's a more tricky one, but I would say it's, and I will go with what Ignacio was saying, is on the training of AI. I think behind AI, there's still a human hand behind it, so that it can go whichever way that hand wants it to go. So I think that bias that you mentioned as well is there, and that's where I think law enforcement needs to be careful on how they use AI in their investigations and their procedures. I mean, and how to mitigate, we'll go back to how law enforcement works, and is through the rules and guidelines and laws. So I think there's need to be a very careful thought on how you implement AI into law enforcement investigations. That being said, and I can see in the room and the speakers that have come before me and the ones that are in the agenda that a lot of thought is being put into this. So I think those complications will be solved in those collaborations, in those next steps that will take, be it from the EU Commission, be it from lawmakers, be it from prosecutors, and be it from investigators themselves when using technologies like this for investigations.
Christina, on this same subject, how would you say that transparency and fairness can be ensured in these automated decisions about potential infringements flagged by AI-driven systems, especially when we are always hearing stories about AI getting it wrong?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting question, and actually it really links to what my colleague speakers have just mentioned. So we do care, of course, about transparency and about fairness, and no matter how much we can automate, we need to ensure that this is actually happening. So we do automate on researching and finding infringements, but there is, apart from very specific cases, there is always human in the loop validation for what we do. So we use AI as an enhancement for our enforcement, detection and enforcement activities, and it allows us to do it, as I said, in an efficient way at a very large scale. But we do not let AI to be the final decision maker. And this is to prevent bias, of course, which is quite an important topic in this context. But also, and it was very interesting, what you said on what La Liga is doing about tricking AI, and this is something that definitely we do not want to happen in our case, and we always have to we always want to have someone in the validation process. In terms of transparency, we also provide full visibility to brands that we assist in the sense that it's always explainable and auditable what our AI detects. If our AI says this is a listing, for example, to be enforced, then it's clear for what reasons it should be enforced. So the AI says this is a potential counterfeit product, and then there is a second step, which is the validation from a human being, someone with human expertise that can say, yes, I agree with the AI, basically. Let's put it this in simple terms. So yes, we do work to have fairness in all our decisions, but also compliance, of course, with guidelines from brands that have their own brand guides and guidelines we need to comply with, but most of all laws and regulations that we luckily have.
Well, let's take some of the questions that have come in via Slido. Again, type in your questions on Slido. I'll get them here. First question I will put to Jose Ignacio, because I think you've intrigued many people with this idea of the smileys fighting the football match. You've certainly intrigued me. So this question is from an anonymous questioner. Do you already use Google scanning and delisting technologies to remove pirated content?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are members of the TCRP program from Google, and we use it to delete infringing content from the search results during the lifetime of our broadcast. So of course we use it.
Okay, good to know. Christina, next question is for you, another anonymous questioner. Do you see the use of data poisoning tools to confuse and corrupt AI scraping as a useful defense and also a viable tool for IP enforcement? So can these poisoning tools, I've not heard of these before actually, can they kind of mess up the AI detection?
They may. I mean, I think this is something that is, it's emerging technologies, new technologies, and it's definitely something that can come into play. We discussed before, as mentioned, that there are tricks on the AI, and we also know that one of the main concerns also about AI is bias. So it's not that what AI detects, even if it's trained to with the best models in the best way, is 100% the truth, if you know what I mean. So definitely there may be ways to work around it, and there may be tools that can prevent inefficient or effective enforcement, but can also be tools that helps enforcement professionals to work against infringers using AI. So I think it can be double-faced, but definitely is a really interesting topic that is worth further discussions.
Does anyone else want to come in on this data poisoning issue?
Yeah, exactly as you say, it's a double-edged sword. It can be used to protect your images and your copyright from being scraped and used by AI-generated mass sales, but it also can disrupt the usefulness of the instruments that you use to scrape the web looking for AI infringements. So it has effects both ways, and I think this is something we need to look at very carefully.
Next question is for Felix. This question is from Agis Charalambos from Cyprus. Are we ready, I assume CY was Cyprus, apologies if that wasn't. Are we ready to trust results from AI agents and AI in general? So from a law enforcement perspective, can we right now trust those results?
Well, and I think it's mentioned before, we can trust them until a certain point, but then there needs to be somebody who makes a decision and say, yes, this is what I need in my investigation, this is what I need in my prosecution, or this is not what I need, or this is not 100% right. So, yeah, we can trust until a certain point, but there always has to be a validation after that in the investigations.
Okay, let me check if we have any live questions from the audience. Does anyone have a question that they would like to stand up and use a microphone, the old-fashioned way, to ask? Raise your hand high because it's a little hard to see out there. No? Okay, I'm going to go back to an online question then. Gail, I'll put this question to you. Anonymous questioner asks, how are the AI instruments used in terms of ensuring reliability, given the fact that AI sometimes has the tendency to hallucinate? So again, we were talking before about AI bias. There's this other well-known phenomenon where the AI hallucinates and says crazy things that we know the AI shouldn't think, but somehow does.
Exactly, and this goes back to the previous question as well. I mean, it's always important to remember that we call it artificial intelligence, but it's not actually a mind. It's not an entity that has experience of the real world. And to a degree, it's like any other digital tool. You have to use it as a tool, and if you stop using human common sense and human experience, you will end up with problems. It's like relying on your sat-nav and turning off your brain. You'll probably drive into the river at some stage in your life. So there is always the need to have human validation at certain points. But what it does do and what it can do is process very, very large amounts of data very, very quickly and see patterns that are lost in so much data that it would be almost impossible for humans to find them. So yes, AI is problematic in terms of hallucinations, it's problematic in terms of bias, it's problematic in that it's only as good as the data it's trained in. The old IT saying, garbage in, garbage out. So you do need quality training, you do need quality data for it to work. But taking all that into consideration, it's still a valuable tool, and it can still be used in law enforcement and other areas, provided it's used sensibly and with those limitations respected. And also, I think one of the areas where we do need to work on is research into making it less black box, so that humans can interrogate more the reasoning behind decisions, but this is part of the ongoing research for AI.
Okay. I have another question for you, Gail. This one specifically for you from Carol Aubert. How can we enhance risk analysis if data provided by shipping companies or postal mail are insufficient or unreadable? How can we force transport companies to deliver better data, better details?
Thank you, Carol. You have touched upon one of the areas where we are working exceptionally hard, because as I said, our largest challenge for using AI to improve the processing and risk detection is the quality of the data. And we work with the EUIPO, and we work with most of the major providers of courier services to work upon these issues. And we have the WCO data model, which helps companies to know what sort of data they need to use that can be used globally by customs administrations. But this is an ongoing problem, and I can't tell you that we have a perfect solution to that yet. And this is the same as the problems faced by most of us in law enforcement, as how do we get consistency globally, particularly in our current environment, with consistent regulations on and requirements for operators who operate across borders. So it's a very good question. We have worked on it and made major improvements over the last decades, but it's an ongoing challenge.
So a question has come in here. It says, earlier a speaker said there are 5 billion parcels entering the EU annually. I'm not sure if does anyone remember saying that specifically?
It was one of the opening speakers.
It was one of the keynote speakers they made. Okay, well, so I'll put this to whoever wants to answer it. Assuming that AI becomes more effective, it means that we'll face millions of seized goods that are potentially dangerous. Is there any discussion on what to do with them? Maybe this is another one for Gail.
Okay. Actually, we're already looking at this in light of another issue, because one of the aspects that we are looking at in the WCO is green customs, how customs can be more sustainable. So we've recently been doing some work on what do we do with seized goods to ensure that we can sustainably dispose of those goods in ways that don't risk human health and don't risk the environment. And again, very, very good question. I wish there was a good answer, but what we're looking at is creating tools for our members to give a range of options for the disposal of such goods. Hopefully, if we succeed in making enough seizures, we'll reduce the financial incentives for this trade. But of course, that's always our desire rather than our objective reality at the moment.
I'll do one more question from the audience here. The question is for Christina. So the question is, it's from Eleni. Will automated enforcement through AI tools stifle fair use of copyrighted materials? Do you design AI enforcement tools so they can distinguish between fair use and infringement before a takedown?
This is a very good question, and actually this is, if you ask me what I would like to fix tomorrow about AI, this would probably be my answer. So to enhance models so that they can get more nuanced cases at the moment is something that is very difficult, because as we all said, and Gail said it just earlier, the decision, we cannot let decisions to the AI fully. These are cases like fair use, like for example, authorized collaboration between brands, or it can be very, very nuanced and specific cases where the AI just detect something that is potentially a risk, but it cannot really say, actually, this is copyright fair use or, freedom of speech, for example. It's something that at the moment is not there. So if I could fix something tomorrow about AI, or at least what we use, it would be that. To be able to get into the more nuanced cases. And I think there is room definitely for improvement, and let's see what's going to happen and how. But at the moment is mostly why we really need a human validation for specific enforcement actions.
Well, that's all the time we have for this first panel, but I want to thank the panelists for some really interesting thoughts about this very fast-moving sector. I think what we've established here is that there are a lot of different ways AI can be used, both for good and for ill, and everyone's still trying to grapple with the possibilities here. I think both of the enforcers and the infringers, so it's going to be a constant, I think, race between those two to see who can exploit AI more. How about a round of applause for our excellent panelists? And you guys can hang tight here for 1 second. I'm going to give some quick explanations for the breakout sessions before we then go to the coffee break. So as I mentioned, one of the breakout sessions will be here in this room. That's breakout session 1. Public-private collaboration, building a community of trusted investigators, with Blanca Artesh as the chair, the head of service at the EUIPO Observatory. Then the breakout session 2 will be on the role of social media influencers, navigating responsibilities and engaging communities. That will be in the MC3 room. You go out of here, you go straight back, follow the signs to get there. And there, in that room, you will find Claire Castel, who is head of service at the EUIPO Observatory. Now it's time for the coffee break. You'll find a surprise out there, so I would encourage you to get out there quickly, because there's going to be a special surprise starting shortly, which is powered by DEMEA, the Greek Market Control Agency. See you back here soon. Thanks a lot. Super interesting.
nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und betreten feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt.
Thank you.
durch des Himmels prächtigen Land, laufet, Brüder, eure Bahn, laufet, Brüder, eure Bahn, freilich, wie ein Held zu siegen, wie ein Held zu siegen, laufet, Brüder, eure Bahn. Deine Zauber, nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen. Und Deine Zauber bilden
Here's okay, and then I'll do this one. So we were just discussing. What I'll do is ask first, how was the vibe, and then you give like a short answer to that. Oh, it was really good, something like that. Then I'll follow up. What were your main conclusions? And then that's when you do your longer explanation. Kind of, it's short, yeah.
Let's see how we are moving from the pattern.
If we find a bunch of time.
Yeah.
I'll sit here. Yeah. That way we're balanced. Should I go ahead or we wait a little longer?
No, I think we should. So, Nicolas didn't say anything. Wait. They're still entering. Once our director is sitting.
Okay, welcome back from the lunch, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the excellent food that was out there. I hope you were able to do some great networking. And you may have noticed that surprise that I told you was waiting for you out there during the coffee break before the breakout sessions. So that was actually a flash mob of professional Greek models and dancers who were using real counterfeit clothes that have been confiscated in Dimea operations here in Greece. So that performance was choreographed by John Pan, and in it, it was symbolizing first the destruction of the fake clothes, and then it built into a crescendo with the victory of authenticity for where the original items were able to triumph over the fake items. It was very, very cool. We were very fortunate to have that choreographed for us out there. One housekeeping note before we get going with the afternoon portion. There's no more translation that needed any longer today or tomorrow. 7 of you still have your headsets, and so I want to make sure you don't forget your IDs that you left there to take the headset. And actually, our headset people have to leave shortly. So if you are one of those 7 people that still has your headset, you can quietly escape out right now and go grab your ID before they head home. So let's now hear more about the breakout sessions that we had just before lunch. Just so you'll be able to understand what happened in both of the sessions, no matter which one you were in, we're now going to hear a summary of each of the sessions from their chairpersons. So let me welcome here with us Blanca Artesh and Claire Castel, who were chairing both of the breakout sessions. Blanca, let me start with your breakout session. Tell me, what was the general vibe? You were here in the plenary room for breakout session 1. What was the vibe that you got from the panelists and from the audience?
Thank you, Dave. That was a good vibe. Clearly, the private-public collaboration is important, and everybody was finding different reasons and different best practices on it, so it was very, very good. Thank you.
Well, and so tell me a bit about the main conclusions that you reached during this breakout session in terms of how you can build a community of trusted investigators.
Well, first, we discussed a bit about the best practices. So, in fact, as we see, IPR protection in the digital age gets more and more sophisticated, so it requires more legal mechanisms and this collaboration. And it combines the part on the public bodies who have the authority and the enforcement power to do the enforcement work with the technical knowledge, investment of resources, and agility of the private sector, which is a good, very good, important thing. we also learned what trusted investigators are, because that's also good to know when you look into a subject. So these are people, professionals that are well known in their expertise in a very technical area normally, and are recognized for their expertise. And they often conduct the surveillance, gather the evidence, and trace the supply chains that then can share this information with the public agents to trigger legal action. And in fact, we discussed how they can serve as this critical bridge between the two. We started with the best practices. So we had in our panel, let me say so also, a person representing OLAF, the anti-fraud office. We had the vision of the private anti-counterfeiting association, from an investigator, and from the EMEA, one of our organizers who are also market surveillance authorities in Greece. And they insisted on this complementarity, as I was telling you. First, looking into the problem of IP not being very often, in terms of enforcers, a priority. We discussed it and we heard it at the very beginning by our the Director General in EUIPO, how important it is to collaborate, but also that the enforcers can, because it's not a personal thing and a personal choice. It's like you can dedicate resources to IP. So it's important that IP is a priority at EU level, and very much linked, as was explained by Olaf, to the real risks that are behind. And in fact, it's important that all the enforcers know a bit about IP crime, even the ones that are not specialized, so that they make the link. We also looked at how this information gathering takes place. And in fact, in Italy, they have signed memoranda of understanding with different enforcement authorities. And this is a formal way to ensure that there is an exchange of information. And while they say that it's not only a formal exchange, that there are informal exchanges in trainings, but this formalization is also useful to show the importance of IP crime. And then we moved over with Michael, our investigator, who was telling us about his work and also these informal exchanges. So we come from the one to the other, how they were exchanging with the enforcers in this, what he called a Nordic model, and how this information was very, very fluent. And in fact, they have a wealth of information in terms of what is going on that maybe sometimes they cannot share because it's related to a case that is not ready, but they have a feeling of what's going on, the trusted investigators. And also from the EMEA, we had quite some best practices on the Greek experience. And in fact, they have a specific law behind this unit, in interagency unit, the EMEA, that provides them quite some resources to collaborate with enforcers. And if I can have 5 more minutes, yeah. I'd like to look into the challenges and some of the solutions. So we heard about the quality of the information, because what is important behind this exchange is that the enforcers sometimes have the limitations in terms of resources, have the limitations even in terms of tools, and they need to have good information. And these trusted investigations can be a source of real-time information that is very, very useful. And sometimes, again, discussing about how to gather this information through maybe joint events like this one, but then you sit in a separate room and have some exchanges. So formal versus informal. Also, another problem from the investigators is that even if there are they have some very fluent exchanges with the enforcers, this is limited to a certain area of influence. This can be a geographical area, this can be just a personal thing, where you come from. So they're looking for, and this is where the idea of the Trusted Investigations Network comes from, like if there is a certain group of people behind, even if you don't know personally the other people in the group, at least you know that they are vetted by somebody else. And because, let's be clear, the kind of information that is exchanged is quite sensitive, and it's not something we would discuss here in such a room. So this is also something important. Two more words on the challenges, the costs. I mean, if a company is paying a private trusted investigator, we're talking about a lot of money behind. And also, the use of technologies, because of course, in some cases, there are some technologies used to gather some of the data or to process some of the data, but of course, this needs to be transparent. Otherwise, it is not acceptable in court. So it's important. And the harmonization is also, the lack of harmonization in terms of criminal penalties is a difficulty, because what in one country can be done in the other, it cannot, or is a way to gather this criminal group behind in one country is not in another. So this is a limitation. And here we discussed about, maybe some laws that can be implemented in a different member state, and the Greek example is one of them. They have, I mentioned this law, that they use, for example, also for storage and destruction, but also for this gathering of information, and maybe having some model law or some articles that can be voluntarily implemented in some member states is the way forward, at least while we don't have harmonization. So these are some of the challenges, and I think with that you have a good overview of what we discussed.
Great. Yeah, and as you say, the situation can vary very much between countries, and so these types of interchanges actually are really helpful, I think, in terms of sharing best practices. Claire, let's turn to you next. So your session was on social media influencers and how they can work with IP rights holders and generally become more aware of IP rights, right? What was the vibe of your breakout session like?
Very interactive, very dynamic. We could have stayed 3 more hours.
Cool. Well, it's a really fascinating topic. I was able to duck in there for a bit, and I heard at the portion I was in there, they were saying essentially it's hard for them to know what IP rights are and really do like the full investigations. So what were some of the main conclusions that you heard from this panel?
Well, before reaching conclusion, we discussed a bit, we're sharing a bit experience from different perspectives. And we had one social media influencer from Latvia, Lina Bruns. We had also a colleague from the European Commission, Angelo Griego, acting head of unit from the Consumer Enforcement and Redress unit in DG Just in the European Commission, Régis Messali from UNIFAB, deputy CEO, and Jeannette Ougou, CEO and founder of an influencer marketing agency. So we had all the perspective and the experience around the table, some of them working with influencers since decades already. And so we shared experience on trends and business model, because when we talk about influencers, it's quite difficult to define what it is. And it's covering many realities. And the profession itself is evolving, it's very dynamic. So we have influencers in the sense we all understand, so they are influencing audiences, especially young audiences. We have also influencers which are content creators, so they are creating content which they are posting on social media, essentially, acting like journalists, so to say, without the deontology and the boundaries and the training in most of the cases. And then we have also more and more influencers or content creators who are actually becoming themselves a brand. So they are getting concerned about respecting IP because suddenly they are concerned. So we shared about all this experience and also looked into the responsibility they are having towards consumers, especially vulnerable ones and young ones. on respecting laws, because of course all this is also linked with protection of consumers. Whatever you post online, whatever you communicate, you influence your audience on, they are following and they are doing things. So either buying fakes or going into plastic surgery or going into dental care or whatever, which might have a detrimental effect on their health. So we looked also into policy context, because the policy regulatory work is also dynamic. We've seen that some countries are actually passing legislation to frame what influencers can do and cannot do online. Especially in France, in 2023, a law was adopted so that they are becoming a bit more compliant. Spain is also going in that direction, and some other countries. And of course, at European level, the Parliament has been pushing in that direction to also help them and get them a bit more trained or get knowledge on certain regulations, especially the ones respecting IP. So we looked into that, and what we came as key points for, not conclusion because it's follow-up, this discussion needs to continue, we need to bring IP into the conversation with content creators, influencers. So IP is maybe not a topic which is very sexy for this audience. Maybe we just need to see how it links to something which is extremely sexy. Creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, changing society, having an impact, and then suddenly it's becoming interesting. So try to create a community of like-minded influencers, the ones which are respectful, which are part of this virtuous ecosystem, instead of the dupe culture we are seeing all over the place. So, and see how we could not only train them, but help them being part of a conversation. So we've discussed the great work the Commission has been doing with the Legal Influencers Hub, and the opportunity we had to put 2 IP modules on trademark designs and copyright in that legal hub, which, by the way, is attracting a lot of downloads and views from the videos. So I think this is really important, because the language, the style is quite modern and quite fitting their needs. But things need to continue. So to go in places where the influencers are, we have been mentioning that we will be going soon to the Web Summit in Lisbon. So it's a crowd of 70,000 people, and many influencers are there. So we'll try to make the opportunity as well to connect and to bring IP in these discussions. But there are many events in all member states, all types of different activities. So this is maybe a way to get them on board and normalize a bit IP there, so that the same way you speak about protection of consumers and what you say and what you can promote, IP would be part of the picture as a normal topic. And so the other point which was also discussed is that the profession itself is getting organized. They are becoming, it's getting more and more professional. And because it's more professional, it's also more constrained in a way, but also more keen to get more knowledge so that they can make the most of it. And this was something which was highlighted by Jeanette, that of course, building a culture of respect for IP brings value. It's not only about followers. It's not only about number of followers. It's also about your reputation as a content creator, and this you can trade. You can trade with right holders, you can trade with agency, advertising company, you don't trade with enforcers. So this can be of a value. So while we have been discussing human influencers quite at length without exhausting the topic, we ended up discussing about virtual ones, AI influencers. And sometimes it's becoming quite difficult for young people to distinguish who are the virtual influencers, the real ones, and maybe we should find ways to distinguish them without having the human one to prove that they are not robots or AI influencers, and try to really make tools and go a bit in that direction. So, and we left it there, mentioning also that the EUIPO will be publishing at the end of the year a study on IP Next Generation, IP Next Gen, targeting influencers. So it will be a survey of a sample of influencers all over Europe, so that we ask them, actually we will be asking them how they behave with IP. So we'll get this from their mouth. Voila.
It's interesting what you say that, they might not immediately think IP rights are a very sexy topic, but it might become sexy when they start to think of themselves as a brand and as a brand that might need protection from counterfeiting. How much, from what you heard from the panel, how much are influencers aware of themselves as a brand, aware of their rights as a brand, and aware of the risk of counterfeiting, even through AI, of their image and their sometimes even their merchandise, their T-shirts and things like that?
Yeah, it was discussed that they are becoming more and more aware. Those who are actual brands and making money because they are brands, they are very aware, and otherwise they would not become a brand and they will not register their name and activities. But of course, it's a very dynamic environment, so everybody is also copying everybody. So what is posted by one content creator is also copied by another. So they are themselves victim of IP or infringement, copyright, for example. So it's also an issue, and sometimes it has been the subject of a discussion online, of a conversation, heated conversation. So yes, they are aware.
That's true, because actually the whole setup of TikTok is actually users copying one another. That's the most popular thing to do on TikTok. So I could see how that could kind of inure them from actually understanding that copying can sometimes be illegal, and at the very least, maybe not very nice.
When you make it personal, suddenly things become very interesting.
Yeah.
And if we make it personal to them, making them part of the conversation is also a way to gain engagement, and they see it from their perspective.
Blanca, I wanted to come back, and it's kind of on the same topic, but in terms of what motivates people to not commit counterfeiting, to not commit IP rights violation, is oftentimes legal enforcement. But as you mentioned, legal enforcement, particularly for customs, can vary widely between countries. During your breakout session, what did the panelists have to say about the use of criminal sanctions as legal deterrents, and how effective that is when you're comparing different countries?
Well, thank you. Yes, one of the elements that was discussed was exactly this, that the criminal sanctions are very, very different from one member state to the other. And in fact, if you want to collaborate, and we were discussing one of the elements that was mentioned in the panel quite at length, is the fact that most of the gangs behind, because we are talking about organized crime groups in most of the cases, the criminals don't see the barriers. Why would they? So they act across the EU with non-EU countries, and one of the questions was in this direction: how can you go beyond the member states? And in fact, the fact that there is no harmonization brings the problem that while you can go against this organized crime group in your country with this argument and this kind of proof, it's not usable in this other country. And of course, there we were discussing about the importance of involving either OLAF, because we had OLAF with us, or Europol, because they are helping you in cases that go beyond your country to kind of find the right contacts in other places and prepare your cases, because they know the limitations across. So that's also one of the, not solutions, but at least a way to sort the problem. The other thing that we mentioned is like this model law, this kind of finding at least voluntary changes in the law in your country, finding agreement within one country to move, and that each and every country tries, at least in their own jurisdiction, to try and go in the right direction.
Well, thank you to Blanca and Claire for giving us some great summaries of your breakout sessions. How about a round of applause for them? And you both can take your seats again there in the audience. Speaking of social media, I should mention if you took any great videos of the flash mob outside, feel free to post them on social media using the hashtag IP enforcement. I posted my own video on Twitter/X a little earlier. So now we're going to move on to the next panel, panel 2, Securing the Physical Trade Flow of Goods. So this panel is going to explore solutions to counterfeiting, the physical flow of goods, and it's going to focus on the role of blockchain, clean free trade zones, and intermediary cooperation. It will also address the enforcement challenges posed by international supply chains, and also we'll talk a bit about best practices for securing trade channels from counterfeit goods. So I'd like to welcome our panelists here to the stage. You can come on up and take a seat where your name tag is. We have Phil Hamilton, who is CEO and co-founder of CounterCheck. We have Małgorzata Krok, who is Deputy Minister of Finance and Deputy Head of the National Revenue Administration in Poland. We have Elena Fernandez Rodriguez, Chairwoman of the Board of Directors for Post Europe. And we have Emmanuel Tablas, member of the European Brands Association, AIM. Welcome to all of you. Thanks so much for joining us here for this panel. Again, I'd like to start out with a question for all of you in the audience. So we're going to pull Slido back up. If you want to open Slido up on your phones again. The next Slido question is, which are the best practices for securing trade channels from counterfeit goods? I'll read it again since it's not up there on the screen. Which are the best practices for securing trade channels from counterfeit goods? Should be showing up there in your Slido. If it's not there yet, give it a little bit. I'll come back toward the end of the panel to see what you have said. Okay, let's start with the panel then. Phil, I'd like to start with a question for you. So CounterCheck is a system that is used to detect counterfeiting. Tell us a little bit about how it works and how are you using, in the previous panel we were talking about AI, how are you using AI these days in that process?
Yeah, Dave, thank you very much for the question. So I think hopefully by the end of what I've got to say today, there might be a few answers of CounterCheck up on there. Because I do believe that we have a solution that is making waves in the fight against illicit trade. A lot of what I was going to speak about was actually mentioned in the first panel today. So like AI, I will adapt and change what I was going to speak about. But that's what AI is, right? It's about taking human intelligence and putting it in software format. AI has come on a long way in the past few years. And basically it's about taking what you can sense, what you can learn, how humans can think, and how humans can act, and putting that in software. This can be done by using language models, or things that we're all familiar with, like ChatGPT, recognizing images, making decisions, and learning from data. The IP industry, like a lot of the world at the moment, is learning more from making decisions and looking at images. These are all the main areas that AI is applied to on a global scale currently, but also where we are in fighting the illicit trade. It's around machine learning and vision that we're all currently making the biggest impact. Online solutions such as Core Search, we heard this morning, Navi or Redpoints, they're all online solutions that are using AI and machine learning to analyze the web, to look for counterfeit items. However, at CounterCheck, we are more of an offline solution where we are installed in warehouses across the globe to monitor and look for illicit items. So I think there are different categories of AI, and a lot of people are kind of grappling with what is true AI. But I think the real answer, like the answer to everything, is more nuanced. So there are different layers of AI. Essentially what ChatGPT and even ourselves are doing is very, very good machine learning models. So ChatGPT troll Twitter, they troll Google, and put together their answers. What we do is we have millions of images of parcels and counterfeit bad actors, which we can train our models on. This makes us very good at looking at a parcel and making a risk assessment using image analysis. Essentially what we're doing is we're looking at what are the customs guys looking at on a daily basis, what's in their head, and how can we put that in a software. And basically that's done by using lots of images of parcels and lots of data that we get from some very good global brands. GDPR is something that is very important to us, and especially in the European community, which is why we do all of our analysis on site to protect consumers. But what we're able to do is we're able to extract data from every parcel, whether it be the material of the parcel, the shipper, the receiver, the bill of lading, and we're able to cross-reference that with the algorithms, with the AI. And that allows us to create, with a relative high degree of accuracy, what the risk assessment is on the parcel. Now, it's not just for counterfeit that we're able to do this, we're also able to do this for narcotics, drugs, precursors, flora and fauna, even wildlife, money laundering, because of the polycriminality element of counterfeiting, where it's been well established, the bad guys like to diversify, so they are we are able to catch multiple types of criminality using the counterfeit data that we get from global brands. Yeah.
Cool. Well, let's see if countercheck pops up on the word cloud that people are filling out right now. Małgorzata, let's turn to you next. So we just heard about a tool to detect counterfeiting. You at the National Revenue Administration are tasked with enforcing intellectual property rights. Tell me, how does the Polish government go about doing that?
Working now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. So I will start maybe by saying that the National Revenue Administration in Poland, it is an integrated administration, so it covers both tax and customs administration. And this has an impact on how we enforce the IPRs, because we do enforce them at the border, standard custom controls, but also on the internal market. We also do controls on the internal market. Of course, our primary goal is to stop the counterfeited goods from entering the customs territory of the EU. And most of our seizures are indeed at the border, but we are aware that we will not stop all the parcels at the border. We do not have the capacity. Neither do our Polish administration nor any administration, customs administration in the EU. And I think we are all aware also of the fact that the EU is not just the place of the destination. We are also producing the counterfeited goods. And for that reason, not just the border, but also the internal market is important when we are talking about the enforcement of IPRs. Only earlier this year, we had a seizure. For example, at the border, we seized etiquettes and eticketing devices, which clearly indicated that someone was about to produce and prepare for sale at the EU market some counterfeited goods. So we have this model that is based on these two areas of our operation. And last year, our operations resulted in 1,000 seizures that were based purely on the IPR infringement. And I'm underlining this because it is only part of what we're doing when it comes to prohibitions and restrictions, so there's non-tariff obligations. We might have stopped the counterfeited goods also on other legal bases, but now I'm just talking about the IPR basis. So it was 1,000 seizures, almost 1,000 for 1,400,000 pieces of products. So I would say quite a lot. Mostly we seized cosmetics. It's around 50% of our seizures when it comes to the quantity. And when it comes to the value, it's mostly clothes, shoes, and accessories. So these are the main groups. But of course, we find everything when it comes to counterfeited goods, toys, pharmaceuticals. I think we mentioned during the previous panels also all the goods and types of products that are counterfeited. We operate in a quite complex legal framework. Obviously, the IPR enforcement regulations, but GDPR also mentioned earlier. This is also something that we need to comply with, that every operations we do, every actions we take, we need to take into account these regulations as well, and obviously the customs regulation. And the customs regulation, I would stop here for a second because we are now in the process of negotiating customs union reform in the EU, and that will impact also how we enforce the IPRs. Because the new customs code that we are negotiating now, we just, as a Polish presidency, we just published the new consolidated version of this new customs code. It assumes that we will create a EU Customs Data Hub and EU Customs Authority to increase the capabilities of the customs administrations of the EU when it comes to risk analysis, because that is the basis of what we're doing. That's how we actually start any kind of proceedings when it comes to IPRs as well. So we are now missing this level of risk analysis that is at the EU, that covers all the EU member states. And we believe that the new customs code, it will give us tools, it will give us the necessary also legal basis for better cooperation and better risk analysis, and as a result also boost the efficiency and effectiveness of the customs administrations in the EU. And the new customs code also contains certain provisions that should boost our efficiency when it comes to e-commerce, also mentioned today, because we all know that we are targeted with a tsunami of parcels when it comes to e-commerce, and that is a huge challenge for the customs administrations. We simply do not have capacity and will never have to control every parcel from this almost 5 billion that are coming to the EU. So the new tools are very needed for us to actually to have sufficient tools to at least start matching our goals when it comes to enforcement with what's coming from the e-commerce sector. And I'm talking about this regulatory framework because that's actually the starting point for every tool we have. So when we're talking about better risk analysis, we're coming to the regulatory framework. If we're talking about new tools, talking about using AI, we need to have regulation that allows us to implement these new solutions in our systems, because we're dealing with very sensitive data and we need the legal basis to use it. And finally, the most important, I think, element, it's the human factor, because it's at the end, no matter how great technology we have, it will always be a proceeding. We need a person who then reads what the tool indicates and says, I confirm, I do not confirm. And this human factor is extremely important. And it's both on the customs administration side and it's on the side of the right holders. Because without this communication, without good responsiveness, we will not be able to actually act on the IPR enforcement. And we're seeing cases now when we have, for example, troubles reaching in a fast, in a quick time, the representatives of right holders, and this stops the trade flow. So we're doing work, we are stopping the trade flow a bit because, of course, we're taking actions, but then we do not have response from the other side. Or we are getting a response, for example, that this is too small a quantity for the right holder to act. And again, we did what we can to stop the flow, but we are not getting the response that could actually make the protection happen and be actual protection of the IPR. So at the end, this human factor is extremely important. We understand our capabilities, we understand our needs, and we act together to make this protection and enforcement actually happen and be efficient. So I think for now, everything from me. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, you mentioned all of the many, many parcels that come into Europe and travel between countries. And of course, it's post offices that are responsible for those deliveries, post offices and delivery services. So, Elena, can you tell us from Post Europe's perspective, how is Post Europe working to make cross-border parcel delivery safer and more efficient, especially when it comes to preventing counterfeit goods? And how are some of these new technologies facilitating those processes?
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting us today. I would like, to explain a little bit about Post Europe. Post Europe, I represent Post Europe, that is the trade association of 53 countries in Europe, 53 operators in Europe, not only in the European Union, but outside the European Union as well. And we employ more than 1.6 million people, and 60% of these people works in delivery and operations. We have, as for our values, I think it's very aligned with what we have discussed here today. We have trust, transparency, cooperation, and diversity. And I think it's very key to remind that, because we are part of the channel and we are partners in this issue. We are handling more than 75 billion items per year and 5.5 billion packages per year as well. So we have devoted our operations to transform our network from letter mail to parcels. And it's also true that the parcel sector has evolved a lot in the last years. We are now dealing with some platforms that didn't exist 3 years ago, and the number of counterfeit goods that are going through the different networks has increased a lot. It's something that is obvious. But also, as I said, we are part of the network, of the whole network, and what we have also experienced is that some years ago, postal operators were dealing with the whole value chains from almost from the country of origin until the last mile, and now the business model has changed. Now these platforms are really managing the whole, the whole system, and postal operators are mainly delivering the last mile. Okay, so we don't have as much vision of what is going on regarding customs, though it's important that we rely on 3 axes: is alliances, not only among the postal operators, of course, but also with custom authorities, government authorities, security control authorities, and of course international organizations like the EUIPO, the Universal Postal Union, the World Customs Organization, and we are developing with them tools in order to help to detect these counterfeit goods. But it's also true that Margosata was talking about regulation, and in this case, I think the regulation is very clear about what is the limit for the postal operators, and we are not able to open the packages. 2 reasons: 1, security reasons, data protection, and the secrecy of communication. Because some of the packages are really, we see it as a package, but in the end, because of the international regulatory framework in the postal sector, are entering as a letter, because a letter is any item with address that is below 2 kilos. So, and it's a decision made by the platform or the country of origin, and there we cannot do anything there. So we are relying on alliances, on people. Margosata also said, I think we are investing a lot in training, in capacity building. I think it's key to really train people, but I think it's also key to carry out the campaigns that we are carrying out with the EUIPO, for example, regarding how to sensibilize the consumers. In the European Union, 13% of the consumers recognize that they are consciously consuming some counterfeit goods, and I think they are not aware of the danger of it, not only in terms of health, that I think is obvious, but in terms of economy and environmental impact. So I think it's something that is also important, and we are working on it. And then, of course, on IT technology, we are using artificial intelligence, RFID, barcodes. We have also collaborated with the EUIPO in order to elaborate a tool that is trying to detect dangerous goods in the value chain. And we have also 2 working groups in Post-Europe, one on security, another one in customs. And there we follow up all the regulation, and we also try to raise awareness of the particularities of our network. And we also use it to exchange best practices. And I think that the exchange of best practices is really key. And for example, La Poste France has developed a blockchain system in order to detect and to help the detection of this kind of goods.
Great, thanks. Emmanuel, let's turn to you next. So you have obviously experience in brand protection at the European Brands Association. What do you see as the most significant challenge or challenges in combating counterfeiting within international supply chains specifically, particularly now in the digital age, with all of the factors we've been talking about?
Well, thank you for having me, Dave. I don't know where to start from. I mean, let's take e-commerce. We all understood the importance and necessity of it, especially during the pandemic. And here's the story. You have the e-platforms. They have no responsibility. They, just get away with it. And then you have all the intermediaries, all the logistics companies, all the freight forwarders. They claim they know nothing about it, right? So then you have the consumers. They are duped or not. And we are the right holders who pay the bill in the end, right? So this is how we see things. I'm here as a member of the European Brands Association. We're representing several industries. We understand what is written in the regulations, but I cannot say we're happy with the regulations. We understand that there is data privacy. We understand that there is, a certain burden to respect the General Data Protection Regulation. Okay. We also understand that when you register a domain name, you need to respect the NYS2 directive and Article 28, and you need to provide legitimate data. Who does? Nobody. So what are we collecting in the end? Not much. If you see the quality of the data we get from customs authorities, and I'm not saying customs are not doing a good work. They are doing as much as they can. So we are all in this together. The level of data is not good. And if we take some numbers, so the Director General of DG Grow put the numbers of postal parcels arriving in Europe at approximately 5 billion. And OECD says that about 6% of that is illicit trade. So we're talking about 300 million parcels, more or less, containing substandard, counterfeit, illicit goods, you name it. So do the math. And then you have also the discussions about customs reform. This is very interesting for us. I think you all heard about the package processing fee. I think it's said to be €2. And I'm going to ask, why don't we pay part of the bill with that? Why should all the right holders pay the price for something they cannot control? I mean, customs say that, we do not collaborate. We do as much as we can. Let's take the example of a small company. Someone who just made a breakthrough. Someone who, let's say, develops board games. I mean, how are they going to pay the bill? How are we going to keep this innovation going on? We say that Europe is all about innovation industries, innovation-related industries. But I mean, all of the platforms, or most of the platforms we're talking about, they are not in Europe. Nowadays, you may receive a counterfeit product, you ordered online through a platform, and there's nothing to connect. I mean, there's no one you can prosecute in the country where the parcel arrives. So the question is, I mean, how much of it can we take care of as right holders? Honestly, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. And then there's the question, okay, let's say that we try to build a case. Let's say that we found a nice case to build. Let's prosecute the case. How much time do we need? I mean, from my experience, we need several months. It can be 6 months, 9 months to get the file to the prosecutor, right? And then what do you do in between? Do you take down those pages? Do you try to approach the platforms? Do you try to make them collaborate? What is the interest, they have in collaborating when they have no legislation forcing them to do? And we talked about trust flaggers. Yes, we need that, but again, we're going backwards and forwards because at some point we need to decide that, the argument that they do not know actively, of course they don't have an active knowledge of every possible case of counterfeit goods being sold over their networks, Of course they don't. But we're talking about AI. We're talking about all these means we have. Okay, again, who's going to pay the price for all that? Because nobody is asking, the cost. And again, what are the data we have to feed AI with? So I think today e-commerce, to sum it up, has everything to do with what we're facing. I'm not trying to demonize e-commerce, but I think we need to sit back on the drawing table and figure it out again.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. When we're talking about e-commerce, and e-commerce is usually international, it can be very hard to figure out who's responsible for a counterfeit product, who can you prosecute if the person isn't in your country or even in the European Union. We know usually where those products are coming from. Let's go back to the Slido poll. I want to see the results there. So if you can pull up the result. So the two most cited best practices for securing trade channels are online monitoring in general and counter checks.
Very sorry.
So you made some converts, at least in the audience, I think, during your presentation. But we can also see that there are a lot of different technologies and practices up there. I see track and trace, I see operators, I see QR codes to verify products. That's interesting. So Phil, let me ask you, looking at all of those different possibilities and technologies there, when we're looking into the future, what do you think is going to be the driving force between trying to tackle counterfeit items? And what do you think are the specific innovations that will have the most significant impact on counterfeit goods, on countering counterfeit goods going forward?
Yeah, so I think this also comes back to the Slido from this morning. What technologies are out there and what is going to come after AI? Now, as I kind of touched upon at the beginning, that this is what we're looking at is vision, machine learning, and very big machine learning, which is AI. But the next frontier for AI will be artificial generative AI. So and this is where the brain comes in. This is where, okay, is this really human? I mean, we're not there yet. I think that's why a lot of people are criticizing Apple at the moment for not moving with AI and not launching their own internal teams on that. But I think they've taken the decision that as an industry, AI is going to be the future, but they want to make sure that when they move, that they are implementing the final thing, so they don't have to uproot everything again. And that will be AGI. There's no doubt about that. So that's what I'm excited for. And everything that's going on now with the training of models from LLMs, with the training of vision models, with the training of machine learnings, it's all growing into that direction. It's just going to get more powerful and more accurate. And for the IP industry, this means that we will be able to get closer to the bad guys, get closer to the criminals in terms of finding the patterns that they're using. Even today, we're able to look at a parcel which the sender has tried to cover up who it was, and we've still been able to find out who it is. And that's just going to get better and better as the years go on. But I do think that it's important that legislation follows this, because it cannot, I mean, it's the Wild West at the moment, especially if you look at some of the stuff that's happening in the US, less so here in Europe, because we're very well regulated. And I think that's a big opportunity for the EU. We're good at regulation. We can regulate our way out of this. This is what we can do. So I think that lawmakers and governments need to be taking seriously the challenges that have been highlighted today. Can we look at all of the parcels? Well, yeah, we can, but make sure that we're doing it in a way that protects consumers. Can we open the parcels? Well, yes, we can, but we've had a history with trouble with that. How can we do that in an effective way that's monitored by customs? And I think, again, we spoke earlier about public-private partnerships. It always comes back to that. Can we make that the public-private partnerships not just talk, but move it forward, align it, make sure it's going forward. And honestly, I say shoots that it is happening. I mean, only last month there was the Justice Minister in Denmark stood up, and there was a parliamentary report published of what he said. And I'll quote it here to make sure that I'm not saying it wrong. But the majority notes that the Danish parcel shipments should not contain illegal items such as narcotics, weapons, fireworks, counterfeit products. The majority therefore agrees that it should be examined how new technology, such as systems that allow parcel centers to scan consignments for illicit items, can help tackle the problem of illicit goods in parcel distribution centers. Accordingly, a joint effort will be launched across the 3 ministries. Again, this is the challenge, right? Not just who's responsible across jurisdiction, but who's responsible within the same organizations, within the same governments. So they are going to launch an across-ministry effort for the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Taxation, to explore the possibility of imposing statutory requirements on Danish postal operators to scan consignments using technology capable of detecting illegal goods. So this is happening. This is public-private partnerships potentially working in the right direction. If this happens, I think the pilot might start early next year. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be on that pilot to how is it working in practice? What are the benefits to consumers? How are we being protected as a community? And what are the benefits to industry? And how are we doing that as a cost-effective way using AI?
Well, I see our Slido poll evolving back there with even more solutions. A reminder, in just a little bit, I'll put your questions to the panelists on slido.com, whether you're watching remotely or here with us. You can use that IP enforcement hashtag to put in your question. Małgorzata, we've been hearing a lot about the need for international cooperation because, especially with e-commerce, we're looking at a very international system. What actions are you guys taking at the National Revenue Administration in cooperation with other international or even international authorities and businesses in the area of IP rights enforcement?
Now,
yes.
Thank you for the question. I do feel a bit traditional now, speaking after Phil said so many things about new technology, but maybe we do need this 2 legs, this more traditional way of cooperating and this new technologies. So when we talk about cooperation, I think we should talk about cooperation not just internationally, but also domestically, because we have certain things to also solve internally. As Phil mentioned, in Denmark, 3 ministries will get together to work towards getting some solutions to tackle the challenges of e-commerce. Because domestically, we also face this problem that it's very there are very many authorities that are responsible for this. But internationally first, I think that the most important and the essence and salt of our work as customs is, of course, control actions, joint control actions. We take part in many of those. We take part in actions that are coordinated or that are in cooperation with the European Commission, Europol, OLAF, EUIPO, WCO, many international organizations, institutions that have initiative. We do participate in this control actions because we also see this transborder as a transborder problem, and we believe that we need this this broader perspective and we need this broader impact, and only this international operations can actually make it work and make it happen. We of course participate also in the operations that are carried out in the framework of impact, the intensified controls on different products, electronics, clothes, toys. We try to be as active as possible because we do believe that the customs should be active and we should take an active part in enforcing IP rights. And of course, we also take, when we talk about this cooperation with other institutions, we do have this domestic cooperation because, as I mentioned, we are customs, but we pool the expertise, we pool our forces with other authorities in Poland, be it inspections for trade or quality of products, electronics, or any kind of inspection that is actually willing and is also seeing the risk of IP infringements in their area of specialization. We cooperate together to make them more effective because we generally have more possibilities to actually stop the goods having them in hand at the border. The second way we cooperate is generally the knowledge sharing. We both receive and we share the knowledge we have. We participate, the customs officers from our administrations participate in many workshops and many trainings because, of course, the counterfeiters, they're improving, they have better tools, the counterfeited goods are better and better, so our officers need to improve their knowledge, need to improve their skills to be able to actually be effective and be efficient when they're spotting and identifying the IP infringements cases. We of course share our knowledge as well, so we participate. We have this educational or informational mission as administration, so we try to participate in workshops, we try to participate in trainings for business, for other administrative bodies to have this better impact and better understanding between all of us. And the last thing I would like to talk about is not international, it is domestic, but I think it's quite important, and it partially also covers what Emmanuel said about you being not very happy with the regulation in place, because under the auspices of the Polish Patent Office, there is a round table of public administration when the Patent Office is meeting customs officers, but also business, also other administrations in Poland, and we're talking what we can do in the future, how we can improve our legislation, what is needed. So this forward-looking discussion to make ourselves more effective when it comes to IPR infringements and fighting them. And I think it's a very important initiative, and I'm not saying it will change dramatically the world, but I think just with the smaller steps, maybe we will achieve better results. And as I said, and it was also mentioned in the previous panel, this partnership between business, different administrations, it will probably lead us in a better direction. Thank you.
Emmanuel, we'll have, from 2027, the textile industry is going to have to comply with the new digital product passports. That's going to be a significant challenge. How do you anticipate that emerging technologies like blockchain, for instance, might play a role in that authentication of goods?
Well, I mean, that's rather a technical question. I'll do my best to give you my thoughts on it. What is a digital product passport? I think this is quite I mean, recent idea. It was introduced with the eco-design product sustainability regulation. The idea was to support a more cyclical economy. And the idea was to include a way, find a way to give more information to the consumers about what they can do with their products, how they can recycle them, and how they can repair them, etc., etc., etc. And I think then somehow the Commission really liked this idea of having this digital container of information, and then the discussion started opening up. And then it was, you know, about more and more information that could be eventually included in the digital product passport. For us, I mean, we would like to see how, I mean, since the application is by sector, and I think before textiles, batteries come first in 2026, and I think textiles is in 2027. I think, I mean, we fully understand the need to have digital tools. We realize that we cannot go analog, we cannot control all the parcels, we cannot control every container coming in. We think data is crucial, and we think that it is because no one is really doing any KYC these days from all these parties involved in the trade that we came up with this digital product passport solution. But again, we need to keep in mind that we're always talking, or we're mostly talking about tangible products. And the thing here is that in order to have a digital product passport, you need a digital twin, and you need to link that digital twin to an actual product. And this is where things start getting, I don't know, there are many questions we have. We're not, how to say, we would like to see how it's applied. But I think, I mean, blockchain is great, but it's great because it's rather used on a ledger to record transactions. And we think it's more important rather than have a blockchain recording products. We think that in order to have more information about who is trading what, I think it could be better if we coupled transactions with products, and we had a more complete picture of what's going on. And then there are several other questions about, like, is this a solution which is going to be adapted in other countries? What's going to be the costs again? Because I think there is a central registry, and then the industry is supposed to have to run its own servers, or find some providers who will do that. And if you take into account that the digital product passport is going to accompany the product through its life cycle, then that's a lot of information that needs to be recorded. And then you need to ask yourself what is going to be the access and to what information. And then you need also to ask yourself, what do we do with territorial rights? I mean, you have national trademarks. It's not only about trademarks. You have many, many different rights. And this doesn't really solve the question, I mean, of whether these rights are legitimately used on a product or not. I mean, you may have a digital product passport for a textile, or for a battery, but this doesn't necessarily solve the question of whether you have a trademark applied on it or not. So again, all these solutions are very interesting. I think they are maybe necessary, but in the end, we cannot really replace customs in what they do with automatic solutions, and we cannot replace right holders either, because, I mean, it is our burden to provide authentication to customs at the end of the day. Maybe we use some tools, but it still has to go through us because we are the right holders. It cannot be any other way around. So let's see how it works. I mean, for the purpose it was initially designed for. And you know, maybe this is a question to keep for the future.
Yeah, for sure. The Commission is very much pushing for the DPP, I think, to solve a variety of issues, of which IP is just one, right? But it's a huge policy focus we can see. Elena, we know that Postal services are having to adapt to the new challenge of this major e-commerce revolution, you could say. They're suddenly having to deal with a lot more international packages than they did before. How is Post Europe helping postal services adapt to those new challenges? And could things like the DPP or other new types of technologies help them adapt?
Yeah, well, of course, in Post Europe, we are helping our members to implement the regulations and also to, as I said, to best practice the initiatives that the bigger operators, let's say, are implementing. And then I think the key issue for us is also to assure you that we are part of the victims. I understand that the trademarks are very upset, but I think we are part of the value chain. We don't earn money with the counterfeit. In fact, we have custom authorities inside our premises, for example, in Madrid, in Barajas. The warehouse that we have there, in order to deal with products that the customs authorities consider that may have a counterfeit item, is bigger than this building. And then, if the custom authority or the police detect that is a dangerous good, a prohibited good, or a counterfeit, we have to destroy it, and it's us who is paying for the for the process. So we try to be very careful in order not to transport these kind of items, but it's not, as Rosata said, it's not so easy to identify them. So for me, the key is to be very transparent, very collaborative, and to be really assured. And we also have, at least in Spain, I'm sure it's in the whole Europe, we have regular meetings also with trademarks in order to see how we can work together in order to identify this kind of products, because I think it harms the economy, it harms, for example, our main partners are SMEs, and nobody talks here about SMEs, but they are the ones, okay? But when we talk about trademarks, we tend to think about the big trademarks, and SMEs are suffering as well, and so I think we really have to take into account everything, and I think we need. Sorry?
I think SMEs suffer more.
Yeah, of course. Exactly, and it's more, and then also from an operational point of view, to really deal with the small items is really a pain, and we are investing a lot on trying to adapt to the new trends, and to invest a lot in both in operations, in quality, and in security. But this is still some way to go.
Yes, it's an uphill struggle. I want to take some questions that have come in from the audience via Slido. Malgorzata, I'll put this first question to you because I think you're best placed to answer it, but if anyone else wants to come in, just let me know. Questioner asks, the panel underscores the relevance of data for effective risk profiling. How can you ensure that data on shipping manifests are accurate and not missing data?
I think we are the ones suffering from this poor quality of data. We also think how to make this data of a better quality, because otherwise we cannot move forward with the poor quality of data or missing data. But we have we are asking ourselves the same question: how to do it, how to actually enforce this data to be accurate and of a good quality. Because even now, when we're thinking about this reform, we are thinking that we'll get more data that will allow us to be more accurate when we're talking about the risk management and the profiling. But then again, someone is including this data in the system, and we have, in most instances, we have absolutely no effect on this person what kind of data this person will put. So the idea is now that we'll have different actors, for example, in the chain of supplies, putting the data in the system. That's why we can have data from different sources, so we can cross-check them, and maybe it will lead us to an information that at a certain point the data is missing or it's inaccurate. On the other hand, maybe we'll get now data from a better source. So maybe the first person or the only person who is now putting the data in the system does not have the full data. So this person or this entity is putting whatever data it has, and when we will have multiple actors being able to supply the data, it will be more accurate. But to be honest, that is the big question. That is also a big problem for us, because if we do not know the reality on the other side, we cannot actually even say whether it is poor or inaccurate data, or poor quality or inaccurate data or not.
You mentioned that it's hard to make the person on the other end put in good data. Would policy solutions help with that? EU policy solutions, for instance?
I think we're coming to the same problem that was mentioned by Emmanuel. We have regulations saying that that someone is responsible for an infringement, but if it is an entity that is somewhere in the other part of the world, and this entity has no assets in the EU, no assets or no person or no assets in the EU, we have very little impact on how we can actually enforce the regulation on this entity. That is also the idea behind the reform. I'm coming back to this again. But that is the idea, to have this person liable in the EU, or a representative that is liable, because then we can actually catch someone in the EU and make it more actually enforceable. But how it will turn out in practice, and what these entities are actually counterfeiting or any other trying to do any other frauds, how they will react, what kind of schemes they will come up, we'll probably see in the future. But that is our idea, to bring to the EU someone whom we can hold liable for the data, for the counterfeiting, for any kind of fraud.
And then every importer would have to have that contact person. Next question I want to put to Emmanuel. This question is from Ilza. It goes back to some of the blockchain stuff we were talking about. Given the complexity of international supply chains, how can blockchain technology be effectively standardized across jurisdictions to combat counterfeiting?
Well, I have a legal background, so I mean, I am not sure I'm the one who can answer this question, but I think there are several bodies, standardization bodies, that take care of these kind of questions. And I think that we need to ask for their help and assistance. I think this is what DG Grow is going with, is doing with the digital product passport, and I think it's more or less the same approach we should adopt for this kind of questions. We need interoperable standards. We need to make sure that there is a way to make this work across different jurisdictions. We want a technical neutrality when we implement these solutions. All these ideas, I'm not the one to tell you how to do it from a technical point of view, but I mean, these are some basic principles we need to respect. And of course, we need to go for open solutions, solutions that have the minimal costs, because here we're not talking about we're talking about public administrations also involved in this. So they need to make sure that they can own the data without proprietary formats. And I mean, that's as far as I can go in this question.
Anybody else have thoughts on how blockchain could be standardized internationally?
I think it has to be led by someone like the EU. I know the EU is working, or EUIPO actually was working on a project for blockchain. I think something like that is the thing that's going to help standardize it. Why? Because if it's done in a private manner, there's going to be, or there is, multiple blockchains that can be used. And what's the point in that? Because you've just got lots of different data sources, and it kind of defeats the point of the blockchain. Potentially, if all of these private actors then fed into the EUIPO's blockchain, then that would be a really good way to do it. But that's how I see it.
While you have the microphone, I've got another question from the audience for you. Is counter-check software currently in use by any customs authorities?
Not by customs, no. We are talking with multiple customs in North America and here in Europe and Asia, in fact, about implementing. But where we are running live, it is with the police. So it's a different set of laws.
Next question for Elena. The question is the use of AI going to help with the detection of counterfeit goods, or is it going to make it more complex? Can we win this battle in the future? So overall, AI, good for anti-counterfeiting, bad for anti-counterfeiting?
It will help. But I think that we have to be cautious that it will be a help. We cannot rely everything on artificial intelligence. In our operation, and also in the different reports that we read, we know already what are the flows, what are the countries that are sending the larger number of counterfeit goods. So we already know that. And then when we are trying artificial intelligence, what we have realized is that our team is usually better than artificial intelligence because they have been working for 30 years. So they are able, I met once a woman that just by touching the envelope, she knew if there were there a lottery bill. And by the way, you cannot send lottery bill through mail. So the level of expertise they have is so huge. So I think that for me the secret will be the balance between relying on artificial intelligence, but really keep the training of our people because it's key. I think the human side, it will be there always.
Well, let me just check if we have anyone in the audience who would like to ask a live question with a microphone. Checking quick. No. Okay. So I want to get a quick round of concluding thoughts here. Really quick, just answers of like 30 seconds each. If each of you could tell me if you could implement just one change tomorrow that would make international trade routes safer from counterfeits, what would that change be? Phil?
I would standardize the interaction between public-private partnerships from customs to carriers to private entities, making sure that that was a clear framework for everyone to deal with. How we do that, I'm not sure, but that's what I would wish for.
Margosata?
It's a very difficult question, to be honest. I think if there was one thing, we would already actually make it happen and just
if it was that simple,
find a solution. So I think there's no simple question to that answer, to be honest. Because what we do is a result of our capabilities of not stopping the trade flow, of the cooperation that we get from the right holders and the tools we have. And only if those four actually work together, we can make ourselves better and more efficient. And then it comes the second, completely second area of improvement, education and awareness of the society. Because we will not stop the production at the source if there's always the demand. And if we are not educating people, if they're not aware that they should not buy the counterfeited products, there will always be a demand, there will always be a production, and there will always be work for us as customs officers. It has a good information, of course, for our administration, but I think if we do not match those two, we will not move forward and will not find a perfect solution with just one change.
Emmanuel?
I agree. I mean, what can you say about a multi-faced problem? I mean, it's like trying to find a one size fits all solution. I mean, there is no such solution, and this is the problem with international trade. It's international because it's not national. I mean, it's not confined within the borders of your own country, or not even within the single European market. So international collaboration maybe. And again, as Elena said, we are a team, and in a team everyone achieves more. So we need to work closely together, and this is something we need to work on.
Elena, anything jump to mind?
No, I think it's difficult to find this piece that will create the domino effect. But I think I will just raise the alliances, the cooperation, and the trust among the good team that are here. Then people awareness training, I think, is key, as you said. And I think we have also to rely on IT. So I think it will be 3 pieces that we have to activate. Thank you.
Well, certainly it's a complex problem given all the e-commerce, the international dimension, the emerging technology. Luckily, our panelists were expertly able to guide us through all of these complexities. So how about a round of applause for them? Thanks so much, guys. So you can go ahead and take your seats down there. So we've reached just about the end of day 1. Before we go, though, we're going to have some closing remarks. So I would like to welcome to the podium Eva Skrzydło-Tefelska, who is president of the Patent Office of Poland. Now, she's been newly elected as the president of the Polish Patent Office. And right now, as some of you might know, Poland holds the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, the Council of Ministers. Believe it or not, we're almost at the end of that presidency. I was surprised when I realized that, but we're already well into June. So we hope to also hear from her what the presidency has achieved in the field of IP. So, President, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here, to the organizers. I'm very happy that I have this possibility to address the distinguished audience of this important summit. It is not an easy task to summarize the debates of the whole day, and they were so rich, and there were so many issues that were raised. So let me just name a few of them and just make a short summary. So, what are the results of today's discussion? So, the most important and very often repeated theme here was how important are the modern technologies, including AI, in both counterfeiting, giving the chance of producing better quality products as counterfeited products, and on the other hand, employing the new technologies and AI in particular in combating them and using them both in internet and in the real supply chains. The second important issue is the flow of information and sharing good practices, not only within the European Union, but also outside of the European Union. And so the close cooperation between public and private sector in the field of combating counterfeiting was also raised, and it is an important issue. For me, very interesting thing was the discussion about the influencers' role, and since it is a very important thing for the young generation, I think that using them for the purposes of educating young people, the followers, in how important the protection of IP is a very good path to develop. And finally, the criminal sanctions, the lack of harmonization and resulting lack of consistency in results of the criminal investigations is an important issue. And so that we need to find a way to to make the sanctions, criminal sanctions that are very often employed, inevitable. So this is the most important part of it, that we have regulations, we have institutions that are enforcing the law, but the inevitability of the sanction is the most important part, because it is really making people think that they should not do what they are doing. Now, I would like to address very shortly the Polish practice in this field. So, turning briefly to Poland, I would like to repeat what was already said in the last panel, that Polish Patent Office has been deeply committed to fostering respect for IP rights. Our initiative range from educational programs targeting children especially and entrepreneurs to broader campaigns which are aimed at society at large, highlighting the risks and harms which are associated with counterfeiting goods, not just to businesses but to health, to environment and the economy. We work closely with various governmental bodies, including the Ministry of Finance's National Revenue Administration, the Ministry of Economics, Development and Technology, the Ministry of Justice, the Police, and the Office for Competition and Consumer Protection. We organize roundtables and discussions resulting in joint initiative. We seek practical, coordinated approaches to combat illicit trade. Most recently, we have been active participants in the consultations on the OECD guidelines for countering illicit trade in counterfeit goods on online marketplaces. And now, a few words on the Polish presidency and the tasks that we have accomplished during these 6 months in the field of IP. So, the one key accomplishment is the provisional agreement with the European Parliament on compulsory licensing. This agreement, which was reached after the long way and many discussions, ensures that in times of crisis, Europe can swiftly access critical technologies, especially in vital sectors like pharmaceuticals, where intellectual property is directly connected to public health and safety. This achievement underlies a broader truth. Intellectual property is not only about innovation, it protects lives. In closing, I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to this IP Enforcement Summit and to all of you for the fruitful discussions. Together, we are building not just a better enforcement system, but a stronger, safer, and more resilient Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And that brings us to the end of day one. It's been a very, very interesting day of exploring some complex issues when we're looking at international value chains, when we're looking at various legal regimes. Certainly a lot to digest, and there will be even more to digest tomorrow. So we'll see you back here at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow, but tonight you still have some fun left. It's now time for the cocktail reception, which you will find just outside these doors, the same area where the lunch was. And just one more reminder, if you still have a headset, make sure you get your ID back and find the guys in the back. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.